hearts, let the church bells ring for the ones who serve, for the peace they bring. Their battle's ours, their fight is true. God bless the strong, the proud, the few. When he signed his name, said, "Mama, don't cry, I was born for the flames." Took his boots and his rifle, kissed the ground goodbye, headed off to war with fire in his eyes. Sand in his boots, sweat on his brow, bullets rained down, but he wouldn't back down. His brother stood tall through the smoke and the pain, fighting for the flag through the mud and the rain. Now wait. Cried, but freedom don't fall when real men rise. He whispered a prayer, gripped his gun tight, then charged through hell into the fight. Raise that battle cry, don't back down, for the ones we lost, for the sacred ground. Through the fire, through the blood, through the tears we've cried, we stand tall with a battle cry. He came back home with scars on his skin, some wounds you don't see, but they burn deep within. He kneels by the graves of the ones left behind, says, "You gave it all, now I live for your fight." Raise that battle cry, don't back down, for the ones we lost, for the sacred ground. Through the fire, through the blood, through the tears we've cried, we stand tall with a battle cry. And when the night is dark, when the world feels cold, we remember their names, let their stories be told. A flag still waves and a voice still cries, for the ones who fought with a battle cry. Cornfields grow. Mama read the Bible, Daddy taught me to throw. Learn real young how to fight, how to stand for the flag, for my kin, for this God-given land. Signed my name when I turned 18, swore an oath to keep this country free. They shipped me out to a desert sky, where the dust blows hard and the bullets fly. Ain't no fear when you're born this tough. When the wolf comes knocking, we stand up. We don't back down, we don't break. We hold that line for the USA. With boots on the ground, we stand tall. Through the fire, through the fight, through it all. Raise that flag, hear that sound. Ain't nothing stronger than boots on the ground. Brothers beside me, gritting our teeth, keeping watch while the world sleeps. One came home, one stayed behind, but a hero's name don't fade with time. Came back home to a dirt road town, crowds like touchdown, but I still hear that battle drum, still feel the weight of the things I've done. With boots on the ground, we stand tall through the fire, through the fight, through it all. Raise that flag, hear that sound. Ain't nothing stronger than boots on the ground. So pour one out for the ones who gave, for the free, for the proud, for the strong and brave. Their voices echo, their spirits pound, forever marching, boots on the ground. With boots on the ground, we stand tall through the fire, through the fight, through it all. Raise that flag, hear that sound. Ain't nothing stronger than boots on the ground. So pour one out for the ones who gave, for the free, for the proud, for the strong and brave. Their voices echo, their spirits pound, forever marching, boots on the ground. $18 just a Carolina sun. The war drums beat, so I grabbed my gun. Mama cried, but she held me tight. Said, stand for the Lord, son, and fight what's right. The fields were red, the sky burned black. Cannonballs roared, no turning back. We charged that hill with fire in our veins. Young men fighting, but we died like kings. Through the smoke, through the cries, I saw my brothers fall that night. But we held that line, we held it strong. For the land we loved, we carried on. Cannon smoke and glory, blood on the ground. Fighting for freedom, hear that battle.
Hello. God, kink in my back. It snowed quite a bit.
The sun rose high, counted the brave 'neath the southern sky.
Guess we can move straight to the game.
That day, carved his name where heroes lay.
There we go. All right. Hi, Lunar. How are you?
Project Soika. That's what the intel on Oasis pointed to. Valen's mysterious mission in Africa. I was supposed to find answers, but left with more questions. My orders are to find out what the informant knows, to fill in the blanks. Problem is, he's being held at a POW camp to the north, and the only way through is Halfaya Pass. I'm hitching a ride with the long-range desert group, but the Germans have dug in with flak 88s and a heavy motor pool. We can't afford a massive firefight. I'll have to take out the guns and help the LRDG push through. The pass is heavily fortified, with plenty of narrow spaces and close-quarter surprises. I'll need to watch my six and pack a couple of mines to cover a quick exit. I suppose they don't call it Hellfire Pass for nothing.
There we go. Now I don't have to worry about him. searches. Freaking keep itching. Okay, can't get up that way. Hopefully a vehicle won't be coming by.
Number one, find those 88s.
Artillery, okay.
Toter Mann! Nicht allein! Beschuss! Vorsicht!
Fortifications. To all officers, the overseer of defenses will inspect our fortifications in the pass over the next few days. His word should be considered law as we seek to consolidate our defensive lines against the approaching Allied forces. Needless to say, he is to be guarded and kept safe in the event of an attack. For information on his schedule, report to the Central Communications Outpost near the wall.
Wir haben Gesellschaft. Runter mit euch! Er kann überall sein.
I'm going to go back down and go to the other side over there, take care of them.
Trovato un corpo! Ci stanno sparando addosso!
I'm low on ammunition. That racket could hide my shot.
Er ist hier irgendwo. None up, none of this.
One down, but there'll be more.
It's great. I'm like a ghost. See if there's anything up here. Okay.
Da ist er! Findet den verdammten Schützen! Er ist hier irgendwo. Wenn er hier ist, finden wir ihn. Er muss ganz in der Nähe sein.
Nanu?
Dann schießt ihn über den Haufen! Die Augen offen halten! Wachsam bleiben! Er ist hier irgendwo. Wachsam bleiben. Hier könnte er sein. Gebt mir Deckung.
Well, that was interesting. It's a good thing no vehicles are coming through here.
addosso!
Segni del
Fate
cecchino.
attenzione! Abbassate la guardia. Stai allerta! Potrebbe essere qui! L'abbiamo chiuso in un angolo!
Final inspection. The Overseer General Hoslein, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that name correctly, is headed to the Northern 88 cannon before he moves onwards. Make sure his final stop is up to standards he has seen so far. Oh, nice. I called in today because we got a lot of snow, and I didn't want to risk the chance of, crashing or anything because of how ridiculous the snow we had was. Must be either below me or above me. He's right below me. How was work for you, Lunar?
That looks like a good vantage point.
I wonder if I can actually hit him from here. Oh, my wrist.
Woher kommt das? Hier ist eine Spur bei den Schützen. Vorsicht! Sei vorsichtig! Wasser abhalten!
Wir haben...
Close one. There we go. I need to get up in that building. Come on, turn away.
Mi hanno colpito!
take care of this other building first before I head over to the vantage point.
Toter Mann!
That was close. Allied war story, delaying tactics. These may be dangerous thoughts, but today I felt respect for the Germans. On the approach to Benghazi, we had a German squad on the run. The only problem was a mad sergeant on their side. He hunkered down with a few men and held us up so the rest could escape. Even when he was the only one left. He didn't surrender. I threw the grenade that got him in the end, but I don't feel like much of a hero.
Weiter so! Passt auf, wo ihr hingeht!
Well, I was hoping to go this entire mission without being found, but I guess, you know, that's not gonna happen anymore. Alright, let's head to the tower. Oh. I guess that's not going to go off anymore, considering I just ripped out their communications. Oh while. I think I can do the rest without going in here. Considering the communications I just ripped out, I guess I can't do that sniper nest anymore. That was lovely. See if I can't try and go for a record shot. Through the heart and the liver.
Deve essere qui!
Tua vai.
Panzerschreck.
ist hier irgendwo. Wachsam bleiben. Hm? Er ist hier irgendwo. Weitersuchen. Irgendwo hier steckt er. Bleibt in Deckung.
Wenn er hier ist, finden wir ihn.
Deckung, Männer!
I'm low on ammunition.
Überall sein.
Irgendwo gleich. Sieht man da drüben. Weitersuchen. Ich sehe ihn! Du kannst dich
Can't get to the next one. I'll have to shoot from this side of the canyon. Nearly out of bullets.
Too bad I couldn't find and eliminate my secondary objective. Was my needle girl?
I've reached... Right now, the informant is our only lead. I hope he... The Allies held this place back in '41 during Operation Compass, so I have the basic layout. It sits menacingly on a coastal cliff, unassailable to an army. But a lone soldier should be able to find a quiet way in, once I make it past the searchlight. Even at night, there are plenty of Axis forces around. It will be near suicide to use my rifle before reaching elevated ground. Even so, if I go loud, I'll have to watch for reinforcements. There's a storm approaching. It could prove useful.
We will be right back.
Years went by, but the pain stayed on. The war was won, but the cost was strong. I kissed the ground when I made it back, but I left my soul on that bloodstained track. Cannon, smoke, and glory, blood on the ground, fighting for freedom, hear that battle sound. Standing tall though the night grows cold. Some come home, but some don't grow old. Now the rifles rust and the flags wave high, but I still hear their voices cry. They fought with honor, they stood with pride, and their names live on in the southern sky. Now the rifles rust and the flags wave high, but I still hear their voices cry. They fought with honor, they stood with pride, and their names live on in the southern sky. He was just a farm boy from a one-light town. When the world caught fire, he swore he'd stand his ground. Signed his name on that dotted line, said freedom ain't free, but I'll pay the price. Boots hit the sand in a land unknown. Letters from home kept his heart whole. Through the dust and the fire, through through the fear and the pain. He carried his brothers through the pouring rain, through the smoke, through the fight. He held that flag up high, said if I don't make it home, don't let them forget my name. Raise them up, let them fly, for the ones who stood, for the most who died. Their voices ring like thunder and rain in the echoes of the brave. He made it back, but he left some behind. Some rest in peace, some haunt his mind. He stands by the stone, says a quiet prayer, feels the weight of freedom, 'cause he knows they're there. Raise them up, let them fly, for the ones who stood, for the ones who died. Their voices ring like thunder and rain in the echoes of the brave. And when the stars shine bright on a southern night, he still hears them call, he still sees their light. Their song lives on, their sacrifice stays in the echoes of the brave. Way down south where the cypress grows, there's a name every soldier knows. A man built tough like an iron rail, fought like hell and lived to tell. They sent him off in '69, left his home, left his kin behind. Said, "Mama, don't cry, I'll be just fine." Then he strapped his boots, crossed that line. Through the jungle, through the rain, through the fire, through the pain. Bullets flew, but he stood tall. Ain't no fear in a man that don't fall. They called him Thunder Jack, lightning in his veins. Ran through the fire, stood through the pain. Ain't no force gonna bring him back, but the legend still rides of Thunder Jack. Deep in the fight, when the night turned red, with his brothers down, he pushed ahead. Held that line like a southern storm, kept on firing till the break of dawn. One day the war called his name. Didn't come home, but he still remains. Some say when the thunder cracks, you can hear the ghost of Thunder Jack. They called him Thunder Jack, lightning in his veins. Ran through the fire, stood through the pain. Ain't no force gonna bring him back, but the legend still rides of Thunder Jack. So when the storm rolls and the rifles crack, tip your hat to to Thunderjack, a rebel soul, a fearless man, still fighting strong for the promised land. Granddaddy worked these fields till his hands turned raw. Raised 4 strong boys with the sweat he poured. Said, son, this land ain't just dirt and dust. It's red, white, and rust. It was built by us. Daddy wore boots laced tight with pride. Worked double shifts, kept the dream alive. Taught me how to fight, taught me how to stand. Said freedom ain't free, gotta earn this land. From the small town streets to the factory line, to the fields of wheat, to the coal down the mine. Every drop of blood, every calloused hand built this country, made it stand. It's red, white, and rust. From the bayou to the plains, from the Blue Ridge Hills to the Texas rain. We work, we fight, we love, we trust. Ain't nothing stronger than red, white, and rust. My brother shipped out when he turned 18. Flew a flag on his back, kept his boots real clean. Left a note in my hand, said keep 'em proud. 'Cause some men rise while others bow. It's red, white, and rust. From the bayou to the plains, from the Blue Ridge Hills to the Texas rain. We work, we fight, we love, we trust. Ain't nothing stronger than red, white, and rust. One day came home with scars on his skin. Saluted that flag, said I'd do it again. Laid down his rifle, picked up a plow. Said this is my land and I'll work it now. It's red, white, and rust. From the bayou to the plains, from the Blue Ridge Hills to the Texas rain. We work, we fight, we love, we trust. Ain't nothing stronger than red, white, and rust. When the sun sets low and the day is done, we stand real tall 'cause we ain't run. We built this land with sweat and dust. Forever strong, red, white, and rust. He left this town at just 18 with a duffel bag and a worn-out dream. Said goodbye to the fields and pines, traded back roads for battle lines. Through desert sands and the jungle rain, he lost some brothers but still remained. Carried their names like a heavy load. Every night he hears them calling home. Through the fire, through the fight, through the long sleepless nights, he swore he'd make it, but he don't feel hope. 'Cause some come back, but don't come home. He's still standing tall, still holding strong, still salutes that flag, still
Okay, we're back. Okay. We're going to react to some videos. First one we are reacting to is from a YouTube channel that I think is pretty cool, pretty good. This one is from Upper Echelon. It's called "They're Making Technology Worse on Purpose." So let's see what Echelon has to say about this, and let's see if we agree with it, shall we?
This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they're providing to the entire
Surfshark.
Upper Echelon community. All right, how many
Surf
people
the
watching
shark.
this right now feel that the relative quality of online products and services is decreasing over time? Talking about Amazon, Google, Facebook, basically any long-standing internet ecosystem. But my point is that while technology itself may be advancing, the quality of that technology for everyday people like you and me is going down rapidly. Let me start with Amazon. There's a few different examples later on, obviously, but if we're talking about the degradation of quality, Amazon is probably the best place for us to really begin. Established in 1994, originally as an online bookseller of all things, Amazon is now the largest retail website on planet Earth, at least by market cap, servicing 100...
Holy crap. Oh, hush. You got nothing to mow about. I didn't realize Amazon was in so many different countries. Damn.
In 31 different countries worldwide, Amazon is a global standard in the realm of retail commerce, but the quality of their service over the past 8 to 10 years is falling dramatically, and as per the title of the video, it's happening on purpose. It's a bit of a complicated picture, but let me go step by step. How many people are aware that Amazon star ratings have nothing at all to do with a numerical average? Most people assume, rightly so, that when you see 4 out of 5 stars or 3 out of 5 stars, it somehow indicates an average score between all of the posted reviews. Because it used to, right? Back before 2015, that is. But now, disclosed in multiple locations all over their website, they use, quote, a machine learning model instead of a simple average, end quote. On its face, that should probably raise quite a few eyebrows, because a weighted system of designating which reviews are more or less credible is already a major red flag when the...
That's... Honestly, that kind of sounds a bit stupid to me. I mean, why would you go with a machine learning system rather than the average of the entirety of the reviews, whether they be good or bad? You can't just create a system where it nitpicks different reviews on and just completely leave out the bad ones or the ones with criticism in them. That just completely skews the reviews for it, and the people won't be able to, get an accurate reading whether the item that they're trying to get is good or not. Because normally if something has more critiques or more bad reviews on it than good, then you would obviously think, well, maybe this product isn't really that good and it's not really for me. Here you have a machine learning system where probably they made it so it nitpicks good reviews over the bad and gives it a completely skewed rating.
The specifics of how it works internally are never being disclosed. But far beyond that kind of opaque secrecy, Amazon has been losing the war against fake reviews for the better part of a decade. To their credit, they certainly do take some action against them, but the actions that they take appear to be performative as opposed to effective, and the impacts that they have are negligible at best. Here's an example of what I mean. According to an Amazon spokesperson in 2021, quote, our approximation is that less than 1% of reviews are inauthentic, end quote, which was said by Sharon Chiarella, former vice president of community shopping. Less than 1%, huh? Except according to literally any other third-party study anywhere else online, that number is more like 40 to 50%. In fact, the lowest third-party figures that I could find came from the UK Department of Business and Trade, which cite between 11 and 13% of Amazon reviews as fake for the home, kitchen, electronics, and sports industries, which is 11 to 13 times higher than what the company is ever willing to publicly acknowledge. Still, that's only one piece of the puzzle, because fake reviews wouldn't mean anything if they didn't have an actual impact. But they do have an impact. According to Capital One shopping research, fake reviews not only boost initial product sales, they also contribute to a 38% increase in demand with just one additional star rating as the effect of them. On top of that, according to...
It's amazing that there are companies that allow fake reviews or create the fake reviews themselves, trying to drive up a product that probably isn't really that good for them or the consumer. I mean, if you want an actual quality product where people want to come back to your company, you'd think you would allow, actual genuine reviews rather than fake reviews just to drive up short-term profits. A lot of these companies sadly think more in the short term rather than the long term, which hurts more than it helps.
To the FTC, purchasing fake reviews can generate a 1900% return on investment, which makes them tremendously effective and extremely profitable. Big deal, right? Fake reviews are a thing, and they've always been a thing. Who cares? But the issue is compounded when we consider the growth of Amazon's marketplace. See, Amazon doesn't sell its own products anymore. Actually, I guess it does, but they're just a tiny fraction of the overall business model. Primarily, Amazon operates a third-party marketplace, where independent vendors not only use the distribution network that Amazon has developed, they also utilize their on-platform advertising network. And that's where the problem gets turbocharged. Having identified just how profitable these fake reviews can be, vendors then amplify their products with Amazon's in-house advertising network. You'll notice that every time you search for something, the top results are always sponsored or advertisements. There's a purpose for that, which leads to a very specific and succinctly put problem, best explained by this quote from the conclusion segment of a study called Misinformation and Mistrust: The Equilibrium Effects of Fake Reviews on Amazon.com. Quote, ratings inflated by fake reviews shift demand from high quality to low quality products and allow low quality sellers to charge higher prices, end quote. To be completely honest here, I could fluff out the video with a whole lot more. There's plenty of research on the downward spiral of quality all over Amazon. But that one quote by itself really does an excellent job of summarizing. Low quality...
Yeah, I can see where he's going with this. Like with a lot of technology, it's the places are going for quantity over quality, because, like I said, a lot of these companies are greedy to the point where they want to go for the short-term profits rather than long-term. They want to think in the short term rather than the long term, because they want money now. They want it right away. They want to see profits right away, rather than investing in what they're doing and seeing a long-term investment on the stuff they sell, ship out, make, all this sort of stuff. Which initially, yes, it gets you profits, it gets you money, it gets you a lot of this stuff, but it's not a sustainable way of going about business, because, like I said, it's short-term profits over long-term gains. I mean, how are you supposed to keep a business running if all you think of is in the short term? I mean, it initially gets you going and everything, but if you constantly keep thinking in the short term, you're eventually going to run yourself into the fucking ground and you're going to go out of business. It's amazing a lot of these companies are still going the way they are, because I don't understand why they're going quantity over quality, and they're going to piss off their consumer base. Eventually, they're going to hit a wall, and they're going to think to themselves, what the fuck happened and everything, and they're not going to realize that they decided to go, they decided to stick with their fucking greed. rather than try and push out a quality product that would help sustain them for years on end.
Quality products, inflated by fake reviews, are able to charge higher prices now with more visibility. If you get the feeling that product quality on Amazon is going down as of late, that's because it is. The quality decisively is going down, fueled by manipulation of the platform systems, all of which is profitable for Amazon as a company as it happens, which is our logical segue into the real reason why technology is getting worse, and that is profit.
Before the meat and potatoes, if you will, today's video is brought to you by Surfshark, which is a VPN service and also the longest running individual sponsor of the entire channel. VPNs have a number of different uses, such as helping prevent certain types of phishing attacks, DNS tunneling, DDoS attacks in particular, and they also help prevent some of the rampant data tracking / harvesting practices perpetrated by big tech companies. For people that care more about the entertainment side of things, Surfshark unlocks additional content on streaming websites, a bunch of them, by changing your geographic region, which opens up a wealth of options in your video library. Surfshark also gets around regional censorship, websites being blocked in your region by, for example, a government, and it helps protect your IP address with encryption, modification, and more. I say this every time, but Surfshark operates completely separate infrastructure from NordVPN, and Surfshark also maintains a warrant canary. On top of this, I've seen people talk about this a number of times, so I thought I would clarify. Surfshark does not keep logs, and that policy has been audit verified by Deloitte, with a public report in tandem to it. In the world of VPN services, that seemed like a pertinent thing to add. If you click the link down below, surfshark.com/echelon, you can get 4 extra months for free with a special pricing offer. Again, link down below, surfshark.com/echelon for an extra 4 months of the service for free with a special offer. Big thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring the channel.
Let's move on to another example, Google. Google used to be the internet highway, if you will. In the early stages of the online world, Google was the portal where you could find pretty much everything, because it acted like a sort of conduit, which took you anywhere you wanted to go.
Well, Google kind of still is the platform to go to for pretty much anything and everything you want to find out and know. I think it's still pretty much the #1 place to go to over anything else.
People rightly fell in love with that concept, and Google deservedly became the primary search engine for pretty much the entire world outside of mainland China. However, over time, the methodology and business incentives behind Google began changing, where once upon a time you would search for a topic and end up reading a history blog or a science paper or someone's opinion, who knows. Google is now implementing AI summaries and replacing the top set of results with advertisements. Big deal, you might say. Advertising has always been there. But the best way to showcase what's going on is with visuals. Look at this. These are examples of Google search advertising results from 2006, all the way back then, through 2019. Over the span of 14 years, Google has made at least 9 separate iterative changes, slowly making the advertisements that they serve on practically every single search that you make now as indistinguishable as possible compared to the regular results. By the way, breaking script here, there was a whole set of allegations that kind of disappeared rather quickly. I did a video about them before they disappeared, of how Google would alter your searches to include more monetizable terms, right? So if you searched for some random product, right, just like volleyballs, they'd alter it to include like brand names or specific other keywords that let them then serve a bunch of different high-paying ads on the search, right? And the lawsuit that led to this discovery led to articles which were stripped down by the publisher. So it was a whole big thing, and I don't know if it's a fact or not, but the entire thing is really sketchy. Anyway, back on task.
Yeah, it's like I've found like over the years, a lot of these companies, more and more are like shoving advertisements in our faces, and to the point where it's ad nausea. Like, there are a couple of websites I go to for, like, my manga, manhwa, and anime, where if I try and click on, like, the next episode or click on an anime show that I want to watch, it automatically opens another tab to an advertised or to another place and I close that out and I try and click on the anime site again of the show that I want to watch, and it opens a second. It does it like twice in a row, and it's like a few different anime websites do this, Some manga and manhwa websites do this as well, where it kind of forces a tab to open or forces another window open to show like an advertisement for a product or a vacation or another website or something like that. It's to the point where it's like shoving it in your face, where you have no choice but to see it and deal with it. And it's getting like really fucking annoying. Like, I understand advertisements are a way for companies to advertise their product and stuff, but you shouldn't do it to the point where it's like you're trying to shove it down the consumer's throat. All you're going to do is piss people off to the point where they're not going to want to even deal with the advertisement. They're not going to want to deal with the company or the product or anything. I get if you want to do like subtle advertisements and stuff, but don't do it to the point where you're just like shoving it in the person's face. It's really annoying at that point.
In the past, you could very clearly see what was paid for and what wasn't, right? It was just so clearly outlined in how they did the results. But now, after a multitude of design changes, the advertisements that they serve are as close as is legally permissible to the regular results that they give, because the purpose of Google is no longer centered on opening a portal to the rest of the online world. It's about forcing you into an advertising storefront. There's some pretty nasty side effects here as well, like how malware and phishing scams can routinely use Google's own advertising portal to spread their infected programs. But focusing on the conceptual side, Google has shifted over the span of about 2 decades from serving up unique and interesting content, thereby transporting you all over the world in the process, to summarizing content with mediocre AI slop, or tricking you into visiting their customers' web pages. In essence, Google doesn't even really want you to browse anymore. They want you to type something, read the summary, and never end up leaving the search engine. If you feel like Google has gotten worse over time, that's because it has. People have resorted to using or specifying a Reddit search now instead of their typical Google results, right? Like, I routinely hear that in the comment section. People are like, oh, well, I put Reddit now after every one of my searches because that's how I get real people's opinions or real people's experiences and not advertising slop. Or they use bizarre tricks to try and circumvent the new AI summary tools, right? There's like an entire industry around that now, because the quality of content that you now find natively in your Google browser is heavily and quickly degrading. You don't have to take my word for it either, by the way. According to a German study titled "Is Google Getting Worse? A Longitudinal Investigation of SEO Spam in Search Engines," quote, "We conduct 2 main analyses. First, we investigate what kind of content is retrieved by product review queries and how much SEO influences rankings in this web genre. We correlate page-level quality attributes with search engine rank and find strong relationships between them. Although we cannot predict the rank of individual pages, at the population level, we can conclude that higher ranked pages are on average more optimized, more monetized with affiliate marketing, and they show signs of lower text quality," end quote. I'll say it again for people in the back. More monetization and lower text quality. The results of your Google searches are literally getting worse over time. How about Facebook? This one's a little bit more philosophical, but Facebook used to be an actual social network. You could log in and pretty much see a feed of content from people you physically know, all in a centralized location. That was incredible. Like, first of its kind, social landmark incredible. But over time, the platform has completely redefined itself. Instead of real content from people you know, Facebook is now a non-stop algorithmically driven feed of suggestions with AI spam in the mix and reposted political garbage. In place of human experiences, you now have advertisements, tons of them, served up by a machine learning model whose sole purpose is to keep you browsing the feed for as long as possible. Social network is now a twisted parody of itself, because Facebook has become the antithesis of social behavior, with a business model predicated on keeping people technologically isolated. In the beginning, Facebook was more supplemental. You had your friends and you could talk to them even more after school or work or whatever because of this website. But now, Facebook is part of the attention economy, where the purpose isn't to connect people, the purpose is to monetize them. And the primary side effect of that is degradation of quality. In 2022, for example, Facebook literally changed its own algorithm to better compete with TikTok, which is ADHD Zoomer garbage, that lowers attention spans verifiably. If you feel like technology is getting worse, that's because technology is getting worse. How about one more? Sometimes when I do videos like this, a few people manage to entirely miss the premise, so let me try something as obvious as possible. HP. HP Incorporated, best known for their electronic products, in February of 2025, a couple days ago as of the initial scripting of this video, decided that instead of having real customer service, they would now implement a 15-minute forced waiting period for telephone support calls. Obviously, they received massive levels of backlash over this, and they've already retracted it, by the way, but they legitimately attempted to insert a policy where customer service calls would be ignored for 15 minutes to try and force people into other, cheaper alternative pathways. They rolled the
Great way to piss off your own consumer base by making them fucking wait 15 minutes on a goddamn phone call that probably could have been solved within 2 minutes. Yeah, you want to lose your consumer base quickly? Do some stupid shit like this. Don't try and insert a policy secretly to make your consumer base wait like 15 plus minutes on a goddamn call. You're going to piss them all off.
The change out in the UK, Ireland, France, Germany, and Italy before backtracking. But no joke, straight up, the system would lie to the user, saying, quote, "We are experiencing longer waiting times and we apologize for the inconvenience. The next available representative will be with you in about 15 minutes. To quickly resolve your issue, please visit our website, support.hp.com, end quote. And the message would be replayed every few minutes as they artificially forced their own customers to wait in a non-existent queue purely to frustrate them into using an objectively worse but cheaper alternative to regular customer service. Support chatbots are garbage. Talking to an actual human, even with a language barrier, is wildly superior to these automated bot programs because you can actually explain what is happening on your side. HP decided, straight up, that instead of focusing on quality or convenience, they would deliberately subvert their own process and make the entire thing objectively worse for their customers. Sure, it's only support calls, but the idea of making something intentionally worse for your own customers is being borne out all across the technology space, because these companies are making their own products, services, and business models deliberately worse for people because profit now supersedes any and all basic morals. Backwards in time, when these companies first began operating, businesses were striving to create better inventions, better products, better things. Things were built to last. Convenience was king, and the products that they offered had real tangible benefits. But over time, they've deliberately and systematically stripped those benefits away, replacing them with intentional inconvenience, manipulation, or inferior design. People do notice this, but at the end of the day, there's not much they can do. Sure, use a competitor or stop using a particular service, but the trend of technology products intentionally getting worse over time is pretty undeniable at this point. Hopefully, that lack of innovation and open disrespect for their own customers will result in better competition. But so far, the big companies are just too powerful to let that be the case, so I guess we'll end up seeing what happens over time. Bottom line, if you feel like technology and the online world is getting worse, it is. You're not going crazy. There's plenty of examples that you can draw from, and it kind of feels like you have to have been alive for at least a couple of decades and sort of witnessed the whole progression, otherwise you won't understand it. So yeah, I don't know. Kids probably don't get that the online world is verifiably going downhill, which is kind of sad. And also it's going downhill because the attention spans and the way social media operates and the way advertising operates and all this stuff, but whatever. I don't know. You're not going crazy. The online world is absolutely self-immolating at this point. It's sad. That's it. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below. The video sponsor, of course, Locals and Patreon for monthly memberships, merchandise, social media, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching. Question everything, and have a nice night.
Yeah. It's because they're like I said, they're prioritizing quantity over quality. They should prioritize quality, goddammit, because people want a quality goddamn product. Now, that was Upper Echelon's video. Up to the next one. This one we're gonna watch a cover that this is a Hololive member, Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame, from Hololive EN or Hololive English. This one she's singing that song that's been going freaking everywhere on TikTok. At least it keeps popping up on mine. It's a song called Rasputin.
Are you ready? Okay, here we go. This is Rasputin. Boney M.
The way she can imitate a lot of voices is fucking amazing. And she's a very good singer too.
Instrumental jump scare. Ba-dum, bum, ba-da-da-dum, da-dum, dum, da-da-da-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, dum, dum, da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, da-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, dum, dum, da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-ba-dum. Hey, 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 listen, hey, 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 hello, bonjour, guten Tag, konnichiwa, hey, hey. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-ba-dum, da-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. There lived a certain man in Russia long ago. He was big and strong and his eyes a flaming glow. Most people looked at him with terror and with fear, but to Moscow chicks he was such a lovely dear. He could preach the Bible like a preacher, full of ecstasy and fire. But he also was the kind of teacher women would desire. Ra-ra, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. There was a cat that really was gone. Ra-ra, Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. It was a shame how he carried on. Hey! He ruled the Russian land and never mind the Tsar, but the Kaiser joke he danced wunderbar. In all affairs of state he was the man to please, but he was real great when he had a girl to squeeze. For the queen he was no wheeler dealer, though she'd heard the things he'd done. She believed he was a holy healer who would heal her son. Ra-ra, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. There was a cat that really was gone. Ra-ra, Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. It was a shame how he carried on. Woo! But when his drinking and lusting and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
He's so goofy.
Hello. Ciao. Annyeong. Cześć. Jak się masz? Dobrze ci? This man's just got to go, declared his enemies. But the ladies begged, don't you try and do it, please. No doubt this Rasputin had lots of hidden charms. Though he was a brute, they just fell into his arms. Then one night some men of higher standing set a trap. They're not to blame, alright? Come to visit us, they kept demanding, and he really came. Ra-ra, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. They put some poison into his wine. Ra-ra, Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. He drank it all and said, I feel fine. I feel fine, right? Ra-ra, Rasputin, lover of
She is such a great singer. Oh my god, she's so good. She's really goofy too, and I like it. That was Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame from Hololive EN. And that was her singing Rasputin.
A tow truck was...
Alright. Move on to a different one. Alright. This is from Be Amazed. Gamers caught cheating. I don't understand why people need to cheat in games. Just play the game normally, people. Dear God.
Here's a question. What percentage of gamers do you think use cheats? Now, really think about it. How many are using them to catch every Pokemon, spawn any Minecraft item, or lock on to their enemies in Call of Duty? Maybe 25%, 30%? Well, according to a survey from trainer software provider Plitch, a staggering 57% of gamers admitted to using cheats.
Good God. Look, I don't mind if you're using cheats in like single player games where you're not playing online or anything. That's fine, because that you're just playing for fun at that point. I mean, I've used like cheats in games after I've beaten the game, just to see what it's like, you know, like a God mode or something like that, or infinite ammo or some stupid shit like that. That's fine, because it's a single player game. But if you're using it in multiplayer games or MMOs or stuff like that, your computer needs to blow up. I'm sorry. You're worse than people who have a negative KD. Because you suck. And you have no skill.
Anonymously, obviously. While using cheats privately in single-player games doesn't really negatively affect anyone, streaming with them on, using them to publicly break world records, or playing with them in mass multiplayer games and even tournaments is a huge problem. The need to cheat for the sake of clout has gotten out of control, but not everyone gets away with it. With that, let's take a look at even more gamers who got caught cheating.
I'm glad these people get caught cheating. If you get caught cheating, you have absolutely no right whatsoever to complain about cheating, because your dumbass got caught doing it.
Wow. Mingo style. Tommy Trewin is a veteran Call of Duty player who, since 2010, has been part of professional teams that have won more than 70 tournament matches. It's fair to say Tommy knows this game well. So, when he was pitted against Mingo Style in the quarterfinals of the 2v2 Warzone Checkmate Gaming Tournament back in 2020, who had a weirdly high...
I don't understand how people become so obsessed over fucking battle royale games. Personally, I find them boring as hell. I don't care if I suck at it. I find it boring as hell. And people get so goddamn toxic over it. Oh my God. Go out and touch some fucking grass.
A kill-to-death ratio of 5.2, Tommy was suspicious. He and his partner Almixand called Mingo Style's gameplay into question and asked him to set up a monitor cam so they could be sure he wasn't using cheats. Mingo Style obliged. But then, in a move of pure idiocy, he exposed himself for the world to see.
No, I didn't, mate. When did I say that?
You did.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Let's run it back. Watch his monitor cam footage here, and there it is. We've covered it enough times in previous parts of this series to know that little gray pop-up box is our old pal Engine Owning. This is a cheat software that offers everything from aimbots, which allow players to lock onto their opponents, to wall hacks, giving them the unfair advantage of seeing through walls, terrain, and objects. Tommy's followers quickly alerted him to Mingo Style's slip-up, and Tommy rightfully crucified him. But Mingo Style had an excuse.
Go, Ben, back out.
Bro, what the...
Okie dokie.
He put his sheets up. Everyone clip it quick.
Bro, I'm messing around. Get a
There's
grip.
no way. Get him banned.
Oh, mate. I'm around, mate. I've got a picture.
Just a picture that you decided in your infinite wisdom to flash up mid-tournament? Now that's some real smooth brain logic. But Mingo Style was adamant it was the truth, going as far as to claim it was just a picture on Twitter and that it was all just a joke. Unwilling to let the matter go, Tommy asked Mingo Style to send him the supposed picture he'd flashed up, and that's when Tommy buried him.
That image. Look at that. He said he's that image. He's not the smartest bloke. I told you, cheaters are stupid. They are stupid as He said that image is that. He hasn't even got the same dimensions.
Dimensions. Man, I love the British. But accents aside, it was clear Mingo Style had sent a completely different picture.
Yep.
Checkmate Gaming ignored his lies and banned him, which streaming site Twitch also did shortly after. He stayed active on socials, though, eventually admitting to using cheats while pointing the finger at other potential cheaters, which gained him no attention whatsoever. If only he'd provided some proof they were cheating by using, I don't know, a picture? Mr. Slade.
Yeah, I mean, if you get caught cheating and you get banned, I'm sorry, you have no right to complain because you're the dumbass that got caught cheating. I mean, why cheat in the first place? Just play the game normally like it was meant to be played. I mean, just there is no good excuse to use for cheating.
The only thing more frustrating than seeing someone blatantly cheating is watching them stream themselves while blatantly cheating.
These are the
ones
biggest
I'm talking
idiots.
about. Usually Call of Duty streamers whose gameplay has red and yellow boxes around all their opponents. They know that with their chronic lack of talent, the only way to get noticed as a streamer is to openly use these hacks. Otherwise, no one would pay attention to them. That's what a Facebook gaming streamer by the name of Mr. Slazy, or Dad Shark Gaming, is all too happy to do. So sad. So very sad. Well, back in 2021, Mr. Slazy was running his usual gambit of streaming himself, ruining games for other people, just to boost his super fragile ego, when he took out the wrong player. It was someone many of you are probably familiar with. Vicstar123, or Vic for short. Part of the famous YouTube collective Sidemen. He was playing Call of Duty Warzone with a few pals when he noticed Mr. Slazy's godlike aim. And when the team looked him up, they all found his tiny streaming channel.
Is he streaming? He's actually streaming.
He is live.
Unbelievable.
And he's cheating, bro! He's got boxes around them!
You're kidding. Tell me you're kidding.
So, Vic decided to give him the attention he was so desperately craving by spectating Mr. Slazy's stream for his millions of subscribers to see.
It's up on my screen now. This is unreal. Yeah, this was needs to. That's it. It's done. It's done. It's done. Oh my. It's done. Oh my. This is what it's like.
Oh my god.
This is what we're going up against every lobby. Bro, he's not even trying to hide it. He's live and he's got his name in his thing. How is this fun?
Vic and co. continued to mock Mr. Slazy, encouraging people in-game to report him while laughing at his terrible gameplay and calling out the game developer Activision for such a blatant lack of cheat control.
Dude shooting gophers out here. Oh my god.
This is disgusting.
Wait,
I actually feel sick. Activision, you have failed everyone. You have failed everyone that plays your game.
And then, finally, Mr. Slazy got exactly what he deserved.
Stay behind.
Oh my god, he still loses! He still loses! How?
I ain't got nothing, bro.
Unbelievable.
All those hacks and you still lose? What a sad little life, Mr. Sleazy. Sorry, Mr. Slazy. After being put on blast by Vic, Mr. Slazy soon nuked his Facebook gaming account. What? Was that too much attention?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Just, I have never ever used cheats in any sort of multiplayer gaming because I know I suck. I don't need the help of I mean, I've gotten a little bit better over the years. I've been doing pretty well in Black Ops 6, but I'm not so low and moronic enough to use cheats just to make myself feel better. I don't have that fragile of a fucking ego.
PYPY.
Plus, I don't even know how to use them. I'm too afraid to even try because I'd rather not accidentally fry my fucking computer.
IPK. It's not just mainstream games that people cheat on, as players of Krunker know all too well. This free-to-play game is a first-person shooter, like Call of Duty, but with a Roblox aesthetic. Baby's first-person shooter, if you will. And it's not always adults who use cheats, as player and Twitch streamer PYPYPK proved all too well. Back in 2018, this kid had the bright idea to stream himself hacking Krunker with an aimbot and wall hacks to all of about 3 people.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, even with the hacks, he still wasn't very good, which is something the small Krunker community soon picked up on. Footage of PYPYPK streaming his cheats was posted to Krunker's subreddit, where he was lambasted by the community. Eventually, someone hunted down his profile page and lobbied the game's mod team to ban him. It wasn't long before the account had the word hacker branded over it, and PYPYPK quickly disappeared from both Krunker and Twitch. Well, kid, maybe try this gaming thing again when you hit puberty. At least then you'll have hit something. Well,
it's amazing they actually branded him as hacker. You know, I think all online games should do this. It's like if they get caught cheating or hacking, they should have a title branded on them that they cannot get rid of that says hacker, so everybody knows that they're hackers.
Hopefully, even if you're as skillless as PYPYPK, you can still hit those like and subscribe buttons down below. All done? Great. Who have we got next? The Austin, U.S. Back in 2022, the Austin, U.S. decided to try his hand at streaming Call of Duty on Twitch. It's a very competitive scene, but his aim was impeccable, and his instinct regarding his opponent's locations.
My aim absolutely sucks because my right hand is constantly shaking, and I can't stop it. I've been told it's either nerve damage or tremors, but I'm always shaking, so I can never hold steady aim, so my aim kind of sucks.
Was incredibly accurate. It was this godlike skill that got a few people interested, and not in a good way. It wasn't long before they accused him of cheating, and after enough people began calling him out, he was quick to confess to using an aimbot. But that wasn't the best part of catching him out. Several months before the accusations, the Austin, U.S. was mid-stream and apparently forgot that the world could see his setup. Either oblivious to the ramifications or just straight up dumb, he proceeded to stream himself visiting the cheat site Phantom Overlay. He went to log in, which filled in his details automatically, showing he already had an account with them, before exposing a neat little list of all his previous cheat orders, which totaled some €195, about $200. Most of these were for Call of Duty Vanguard, the game he was playing at the time. Certainly explains that 4.8 kill-to-death ratio. But really, why would you waste that much money on cheats? If you want to beat someone that badly, why not use that money to buy an easier game that even kids can play? Might I suggest Krunker? Flowbee. Random seed Minecraft speedrunning is a very particular type of speedrunning. Unlike most games, which require muscle memory and refined techniques to get a good time, Random seed Minecraft runs require sound logic and an acute mathematical ability, because the map you spawn into is different every time. These are what's known as blind runs, and back in 2021, speedrunner Floby, or Toxic Flow, who'd been speedrunning Minecraft for a few months, suddenly uploaded a video of a blind run with a time of 11 minutes 37 seconds. At the time, this placed Floby's run in the top 10 fastest of all time.
God. Oh my god! Oh, I'm shaking!
Oh my god. Let's go.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm shaking!
Less than 2 months later, they uploaded 3 runs that were all under 15 minutes, which is pretty wild for someone as new to speedrunning as Floby was. This caught the attention of several Minecraft veterans, one of which, 11D Billion, broke down each of Floby's runs and came to one damning conclusion. They had to be cheating. Why? Because Floby's luck was either off the scale or they already knew the locations of several key elements across the map and were working to a predetermined plan over a landscape they knew, not a random map. For example, at this point in the run, any speedrunner worth their salt would be looking around for a fortress. But Floby makes a beeline in a random direction without looking around or behind them even once. Here, lava housing can be seen, which takes precious time to get rid of. Most speedrunners would have just reset the game at this point, but Floby persevered. Because, as 11D Billion pointed out, Floby wasn't improvising. He was working to a plan for a map he'd already run several times. But that wasn't the only way he was caught out. When you reset in Minecraft, you have to select several options to create your new world. To speed this process up, a macro was built that sped through the process, and the click sound effects it generates are compressed into this. Short but distinctive. However, veteran Minecraft player Ninja Brain noticed the same macro Floby used on their run sounded like this. That's 2 extra clicks. But the macro worked the same. Ninja Brain realized the clicks could only have occurred if Floby's macro included 2 extra steps, selecting more world options, then pasting in a specific seed. They then removed the selection showing the more world options screen to make the seed look random, even though it was one they knew and had practiced. Their mistake was leaving in those 2 extra clicks. They later apologized to the community and revealed that all but one of their recent runs had been faked. After that, they deleted their YouTube channel, changed all their socials, and disappeared. Well, with analysts as thorough as Ninja Brain and 11D Billion, I pity anyone else who thinks about trying to get away with cheating on a Minecraft speedrun.
I can never understand speedruns in games. I mean, how are you supposed to enjoy the game if all you're doing is speedrunning? I never understood that. I mean, games are meant to be enjoyed. I mean, I can understand it if you've already beaten the game and enjoyed it and everything, and all you're doing now is just a speedrun just to, like, for an achievement or something. But if all you've gotten the game for is a speedrun, how are you supposed to enjoy the game? I don't get it.
Shiv GTK. To prove they're not cheating, some streamers will set up a monitor cam so that their audience can see their setup, and check that there isn't another hidden screen that they're using with the cheats on. This is exactly what popular Call of Duty player Shiv GTK did when he competed in a 2021 Vanguard tournament with a $7,000 prize pool. Both his monitors looked clean, with no obvious hacking menus or red boxes to be seen. But when his team went on to beat professional esports team Optic, everyone began to look at the monitor cam a little more carefully. As they picked apart some suspicious gameplay where Shiv was setting a bomb, they noticed that on the monitor cam, an incredibly tiny white dot could be seen shooting across the screen.
I'm playing this.
Did you see it?
No.
Hang on, let me zoom in. Right about Here. Did you see that? Well, that white dot just so happened to coincide with an enemy player appearing around the corner. That's a wall hack. One with the settings altered so that the enemy locations are barely visible to the monitor cam, but a wall hack nonetheless. Shiv was swiftly disqualified from the tournament, but he didn't take his punishment well. Instead of silently deleting all his social media and streaming profiles, like any other exposed cheater, Shiv set one last bomb before disappearing. He sent out a tweet naming a long list of other players who he claimed had been cheating too. Talk about going full scorched earth. Causeway. Now, I need your help with this next one because I can't tell if it's a setup or just plain stupid. An anonymous viewer sent me a clip of an unnamed Twitch streamer who had his Discord chat application opened. Nicknamed Cause, the Discord user is chatting to DaBaby. Seems legit, while his desktop boasts a couple of questionable apps, including the aptly named Cheat Engine and WeMod. These are well-known hacklocations, if you will, with each one enabling users to install mods and cheats for different games. And in this Discord call, Cause sends DaBaby a WeMod file before heading into a game of NBA 2K21. DaBaby is also streaming NBA 2K21, so it appears both of them are using or planning to use WeMod to access cheats in a game. A little look at the game Cause is playing brings up a character called twitch.tv/Causeway. Surely this guy isn't dumb enough to have streamed himself sharing cheats with someone else who was also streaming himself receiving those same cheats? If so, is this really the streamer Causeway or someone trying to set him up? Because this is a level of dumb that's so dumb, it's a little difficult to comprehend. Well, Causeway's Twitch channel does boast a few videos where he claims he was permanently banned from the game Roblox. It's not a good look, but that's not exactly incriminating. So what do you think? Is this streamer actually Causeway, or was someone setting him up? Let me know down in the comments below.
It's a good question.
Xhade. Back in 2021, India's The Esports Club Invitational welcomed teams to play Valorant for a prize pool of 3.
These type of games I can never get into because I can't stand playing a game mode where if I die, I have to wait till the next round just to play again. I like, I don't understand how they're fun, how people like them, but, it's just me, I guess. Because I'd rather, like, if I die, I'd rather spawn again right away and get back into the game. I don't want to wait till the next round because I find that just really boring.
300,000 rupees, some $4,000 at the time. It attracted teams from all over the nation, with more than 6,000 fans watching the stream at its peak. However, after the first round of quarterfinals, a hammer was brought down on Team Paratroopers. One of their players, Xhade, had suddenly received a permanent ban from Valorant.
Confessing to using hacks while playing Valorant.
Permanent ban, boys. Permanent. I mean, esports side thing. TC वालों ने ऐसे ही बोल दिया कि अब नहीं खेल सकता. कल उनका like post आने वाला है.
Initially, Xhade claimed this must have been a mistake, that it must just be a glitch. Fans supported him. His team reached out to Valorant's developer Riot Games for clarification, and paratroopers were allowed to continue competing in the tournament with a substitute. Although, they lost their very next match. Talk about foreshadowing. Xhade continued to deny all cheating allegations, but then on a streamed Discord call with the paratroopers team lead, Binks, he said this.
डिफेंस बता दे नहीं डिफेंस नहीं कर रहा मैं कन्फेस कर रहा हूँ ठीक है सबसे पहले जिसको लाइक ठीक है पहले मेरी बात सुन लो अच्छे से कि हाँ मैंने लाइक देख मैं इसलिए छुपा रहा था वो चीज़ मैंने एक दिन के लिए 3 मैचेस के लिए किया था बट मैं इसलिए छुपा रहा था क्योंकि ये 3 मैचेस की वजह से लाइक कोई अगर बोले
So he hadn't been using hacks in the tournament, but he had been using them before because he desperately wanted to get to a higher level in game. Not exactly the endearing defense he seems to think it is. It wasn't long before Riot Games released a statement revealing Xhade had been using prohibited third-party software, a fancy way of saying cheats, which they'd detected, and so had banned his account permanently. With the confession and the permaban, Xhade deleted his YouTube account and disappeared. For just a month. Despite the ban, he was back playing on a new account and for a new team soon after. Well, I guess once a cheater, always a cheater. Jamar from afar. You don't need thousands of followers to expose cheaters these days. All you really need is a streaming account of your own, a little patience, and the hope that eventually the cheater you're spectating will slip up. Which is exactly what Poet TTV, or Sage Poet, managed to do. He was streaming himself to a small audience as he spectated a Minecraft Hypixel streamer called Jamar from afar, and another streamer called H without S. He figured they were probably using cheats, and so sat in wait trying to catch one of them in the act. And as he was, something sketchy flashed up on the left, right in the middle of Jamar from afar's screen.
ESP and all. And then he timed me over half an hour because...
Did you see that? Computer, rewind and enhance. Ah yes, a Minecraft cheat software menu with player ESP, aka wall hacks, selected while in a public server. Well, Jamar from afar's account on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok appeared to be linked to another account called Tech Panda Gaming. Now, Tech Panda seems to be banned on Twitch, but Tech Panda Gaming's YouTube account is still live. It hosts videos with long, rambling descriptions where they claim they're banned from playing in certain Minecraft servers like Hypixel, and that the anti-cheat is broken. Clearly not as broken as you seem to think, my banned for cheating friend. Mecharazium. The more speedrunning I watch, the more respect I have for it. It takes hundreds, sometimes thousands of hours to memorize an entire game and get the button presses and timings just right, all to complete it in the fastest time possible. Events like Games Done Quick showcase some of the best players in their game categories, inviting them to show off their skills in front of huge live and online audiences. It's a lot of pressure for speedrunners, which some just can't handle. Speedrunner Mecharazium, for example, was invited to the 2022 Summer Games Done Quick event, speedrunning Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance remotely. The run itself seemed legitimate, but after a charity donation goal was met, he asked to play through the game's Blade Wolf DLC as well. But that's when Mecharazium raised some red flags.
It's actually pretty hard to get past this grab because he has an eyes on his leg.
Did you notice anything wrong with that clip? No. Now let's rewind and take a look at what he's doing with his hands here. So he's playing on a PC with his mouse in his right hand. If that's so, how does his avatar move around, a mouse-controlled action, while his right hand is in the air? Well, he claims he moved the mouse with his left hand. That's one heck of an odd choice, especially at a timed event.
It's hard to believe.
Spectators also noticed an audible lack of keyboard noises in the Blade Wolf segment. So, when he broke the record for the run by a whole 25 seconds, not everyone was convinced it was legit. Then in July, he came clean to one of SGDQ's enforcement heads. As they suspected, the run had been pre-recorded and spliced to perfection. It was an ideal run, just not one he'd performed live, having switched out the save files after he'd finished the main run. But he didn't hide behind any lame excuses. He apologized profusely, acknowledged that he'd acted selfishly, and said he didn't want the run considered for any leaderboards, as it would be unfair to the rest of the community. Games Done Quick banned him from attending any future events and scrubbed his records from their YouTube archive. Well, ironically, it looks like this one's going to take time to move on from. Nadia. When it comes to being accused of cheating, no one has more fingers pointed at him than Call of Duty Warzone player and streamer Nadia. She began streaming back in January 2021, and her Warzone gameplay attracted an audience of over 900,000 Twitch followers. But as her fans grew in number, so did the people who doubted her skill. and they began to pick apart every second of her gameplay. It seems like every guy with facial hair and access to the Fortnite font has made a video about the undeniable proof they have about Nadia cheating, lying, or being exposed. Some are creepily obsessed. But they have picked up on some questionable clips, like here. Yeah, shooting a wall in the same place someone is standing behind is pretty sus. It could indicate that she's using wall hacks. However, others have pointed out that an ammo crate was dropped from that direction, so she heard someone there, she just didn't know where. That's reasonable, but what about here, where she was shadow banned, a protocol Activision enacts when it suspects a player of cheating and places them in special lobbies that are full of other suspected cheaters.
Where's the only modern warfare? Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm shadow banned.
Hacker hunters were quick to claim this was more undeniable proof she was cheating. However, others argued that she'd been playing from a few different locations in the days prior, mimicking the effects of a VPN, which might have triggered the ban. Whatever the case, she was unshadow banned by the developers Activision shortly after. Another point, at a live Call of Duty event, she was apparently kicked out for cheating while on stream. But the footage supposedly showing her being kicked out by the mods for cheating shows she was actually just having tech issues and needed help. They weren't asking her to leave.
This one is not, yeah.
Switching back.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Alright, Tim, I'll be right back. I'm in trouble.
Some have gone one step further, like Rara, who released leaked messages supposedly from Nadia to some unknown person, claiming she had someone unlock camo skins for her guns on her account. Anyone who watched Part 4 of this series might remember that's the same excuse Vanguard's number 2 player, Plexify, used after he was caught wall hacking. The two elements are linked, that's for sure, but without wall hacks slipping through onto Nadia's stream, it's not conclusive. And a lot of others seem to agree. Renowned streamer and gamer XQC reviewed some of these clips and determined,
guys, if you're gonna tell people are cheating, okay, do it the right way. Okay, I think these clips are they're just.
The accusations are endless, and all supposed proof of her cheating is far from airtight. This would be enough to chase almost anyone off, but not Nadia. Instead, she's cleverly leaned right into it, uploading videos titled "I'm banned from Warzone" and "I got kicked out for cheating." She constantly alludes to cheating, never giving in to offered PC scans, posting fake confessions layered in sarcasm, and the hacker hunters have lapped it up, fueling her growth and theirs. Many hacker hunter channels' most popular and profitable videos revolve around Nadia. So, everyone wins. If these channels really wanted to take her down, they'd just stop making videos about her every moment, wait for a real slip-up, and then go for her. But then, what would they make content about? Classic catch-22 there. So, until we see wall hacks on her stream or she receives a permanent ban from Activision, Nadia will be busy making everyone money. But do you think Nadia's cheating? Well, let me know down in the comments.
I don't really see any conclusive evidence that she's cheating. I mean, there are a lot of people who have really good skills in these sort of games where it makes it look like they're cheating, but they're actually not. They're just that good. Where there are others that aren't good at all, and they're just cheating blatantly.
It's below. Exonis. Cheating for clout is one thing, but cheating to get your hands on prize money is another level of low. One that Turkish player and professional Twitch streamer Exonis was willing to sink to back in December 2022. Competing in Call of Duty Warzone World Classic with a $100,000 prize pool up for grabs, suspicions about Exonis were raised a few days before the event took place. He appeared to be aiming at opponents through walls, a telltale sign he probably had a wall hack active. During the tournament, viewers asked him to address these cheating allegations by proving he didn't have a secret monitor displaying all these hacks. Getting cocky, he opened up his display settings to prove he was only using 2 monitors, but a third was detected in his setup. He tried to explain it as a glitch, and so set up a monitor camera, which is where it all came crumbling down. During the tournament, he moved one of his monitors when an unusual-looking menu popped up.
Brother, check that. Ongelooflijk. Alienware. Cheats. Hij laat zijn cheats zien.
Initially, he tried to claim it was a display menu. Better excuse than pretending he'd flashed a picture, that's for sure. But the court of public opinion swiftly decided it was more likely cheat software. Activision was lambasted for not thoroughly vetting the player, and Exanes guiltily deleted all his social media and streaming accounts. Oh, how tragic. Alexa, play Another One Bites the Dust. Know any more gamers who've been caught cheating that you didn't...
Yeah. Cheaters. It's... I never understand the logic behind cheaters. I mean, what is so great about cheating in a game? I mean, what's so fun about it? I don't know. Here's the next video. The Laugh Planet. This is when actors made other actors break character on set.
In The Fate of the Furious, The Rock and Jason Statham weren't supposed to laugh while trading insults, but The Rock's toothbrush joke was so funny that Statham broke character.
And I'm gonna knock your teeth so far down your throat, you're gonna stick a toothbrush right up your ass to brush them.
He later confirmed on Twitter that the joke was unscripted, and Statham was the first to laugh. In Boyhood, Ethan Hawke revealed that the sex education lecture scene felt genuinely awkward since he had known the actors playing his kids for years. Many lines were improvised, and the uncomfortable laughter was completely real.
I hope that you can learn from my mistakes. So wear a condom, okay? Or get it. I don't know, whatever.
Well,
that is so awkward.
Get into it.
In the SNL skit Beavis and Butthead, Ryan Gosling and Mike...
Oh, I've seen clips of this. Like, this is pretty goddamn funny.
Day wore prosthetics to look like the cartoon characters, but Heidi Gardner burst into laughter the moment she saw them.
I think the one that got her the most was the guy that was dressed up as Butthead instead of Beavis.
Okay, so let me pick up where we left off. We were at the park.
In It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Charlie Day wasn't supposed to hand Dennis the papers. It was improvised. As Glenn Howerton keeps refusing them, you can see Day start to laugh. On the Always Sunny podcast, he admitted he had to look down to hide it because Howerton's reaction got him.
Stop handing me papers.
Ludacris once revealed that it was his suggestion for The Rock to say this line in Fast and Furious 6, but he didn't think Dwayne would do it. When he did, he spit out his drink and laughed in genuine surprise.
Hey, Mia, you better hide your baby oil. I'm just playing. You better hide that big-ass forehead. I was just joking.
There are numerous instances of actors breaking character throughout Friends, but none more obvious than Matt LeBlanc totally losing his composure in Friends Season 4.
Where's my ring? My dead grandmother's wedding ring! Where is it? Where is it?
During Ross's confrontation with a stripper, as Chandler says,
"Way to be cool, man."
Joey can be seen cowering behind them, struggling to hide his laughter. This moment was originally cropped in the 4:3 version, but became visible in the 16:9 remaster. In Supernatural Season 3, when Jensen Ackles improvises his shout after Lauren Cohan steals his lottery tickets, it catches Jared Padalecki off guard, causing him to turn his head away from the camera to hide his smile.
Son of a bitch!
In Murderville, a show...
I love Supernatural. I've been watching it, I think, since Season 4 or 5 was out. God, I was so sad when it ended.
Built on improv, guests often broke character, but it was rare for Will Arnett to do the same. That's why it was so funny when Kumail Nanjiani's squawking made Arnett lose it and break character during the scene. In Killers of the Flower Moon, Leonardo DiCaprio improvised this line while driving Molly around. His awkward flirting was so amusing that Scorsese decided to keep her real laughter in the film.
Shomikasi, that's how you are.
I don't know what she said, but it must have been Indian for handsome devil.
Robin Williams was known for improvising, so it was no surprise that he did so during Good Will Hunting. In one of the most memorable scenes, Williams's character talks about his late wife and reveals...
I've never seen Good Will Hunting, but God, I miss Robin Williams. He was genuinely one of the greatest actors of all time. It is so sad how he went. God, he was. I think the first movie I've ever heard him in was when I was a baby, and it was Aladdin, and he was Genie. But the first movie I've seen him in, I think was either Jumanji or Flubber. Or it was either Hook, Jumanji, or Flubber. I can't remember which one was the first one I seen him in, but I think it was one of those.
Feels she used to fart in her sleep.
My wife used to fart when she was nervous. You know, she used to fart in her sleep.
This dialogue was improvised, and Matt Damon's laughter was genuine. It even seems like the camera operator is laughing as the camera appears to wobble.
One night it was so loud it woke the dog up.
In The Return of the Pink Panther, Peter Sellers, as Inspector Clouseau disguised as Guy Gadboy, chats with Catherine Schell while sipping his drink and losing part of his fake mustache. When he messes up a famous quote, Catherine completely loses it.
Well, it is looking good at you, kid.
They tried multiple takes, but she kept cracking up, sometimes even choking on her drink, so director Blake Edwards kept the best one in the final film. In that 70s show, during the scene where Donna, Jackie, and Kitty visit a male strip club, Mila Kunis couldn't stop laughing.
God, Casey? Oh my God, Casey!
She even hid her face in her purse before turning away from the camera. Bloopers show the laughter wasn't scripted, but some of it was kept in the final cut. In Pretty Woman,
I loved that 70s show. It was such a great show. I don't really care to see the continuation of it. I think it was that 90s show.
Richard Gere snapping the necklace case on Julia Roberts' hand wasn't in the script. Director Gary Marshall suggested it, and Roberts' genuine laugh was so perfect that they kept it in the film.
When can I sit on your lap?
Right now! Come on over here, big boy!
In The Office, the scene where Kevin sits on Michael's lap was so funny that multiple cast members couldn't keep it together. You can even spot Ed Helms starting to smile, and in the next wide shot, he's not in the frame anymore. This was actually the 30th take because the cast kept laughing.
What would you like for Christmas, little boy?
I don't know.
Just because you've got the emotional range of a teaspoon.
In Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, the emotional range of a teaspoon line was scripted, but the laughter was real. Emma Watson started giggling naturally, and Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint joined in. The moment felt so genuine that the editors kept it in the final cut.
You don't come on my stuff! I'll come wherever the fuck I want, James!
In This Is the End, Seth Rogen confirmed that he struggled to keep a straight face during the scene where Danny McBride and James Franco argue about the magazine. The most obvious moment is at the end, where his shoulders visibly shake as he tries not to laugh.
This? No more, man! All over your fucking face! All more! All over the place!
So all is live.
And live in front of a studio audience, Jamie Foxx flubbed his lines, causing the entire cast and audience to crack up. Though unintentional, he played along and turned the moment into a hilarious part of the show.
Everyone sitting at home just think their TV just messed up.
In Will and Grace's live episode Alive and Shticking, the funniest break happens when Jack reveals his missing eyebrow. The sight is too much for Deborah Messing, and she breaks into giggles, with Sean Hayes quickly joining in. In Better Call Saul Season 2, the line was scripted, but Bob Odenkirk's delivery was so funny that Rhea Seehorn couldn't stop laughing.
Wait till you see what I floss with.
Answering a fan on Twitter, Seehorn said her laugh was real and that she broke character every single take. In The Office, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey revealed on their podcast that John Krasinski often broke character. One great example is when Michael accuses Toby of being the flasher and asks him to prove it, leading to an awkward silence, and Krasinski barely holding it together.
Prove it. Let's see your penis. As that was coming out of my mouth, I knew that it was wrong.
In The Vampire Diaries, when Caroline laughs at Nora's old-fashioned dress, Candace Acola's reaction was real. Showrunner Julie Plec revealed that first Tony Griffin pranked her by wearing the dress himself, making her laughter completely genuine.
No one says a fucking word around this prick unless they want my forehead through their fucking skull!
In Ted Lasso Season 3, during Roy's angry outburst, Phil Dunster can't keep a straight face. While the rest of the locker room stays serious, Dunster is visibly struggling to hide a smile throughout the scene. In Liar Liar, Jim Carrey had the cast cracking up during the courtroom scene. While sitting next to Jennifer Tilly, he grabbed a metal pitcher and pretended to pee in it, making everyone lose it. Despite the serious setting, Carrey turned the moment into a comedy show, proving once again why it was hard for anyone to keep a straight face around him.
Jim Carrey, he's such a goof. I love Liar Liar's bloopers. They're really funny. That was when actors made other actors break character on set. I think one of the most famous ones where it's like happening almost every single freaking time is SNL. There are just some skits where people cannot keep it together, and you can see them struggling so hard to keep a straight face and not ruin the take, but some of them just can't help it.
How many...
All right. This one is Sydney Watson. The spectacular collapse of the trans movement.
How many genders are there?
It's a spectrum, so like a lot.
Can you name me a...
There are two. There have always been two. There will always only ever be two.
You?
You don't think that there really is any clear-cut distinction between male and female as biological categories, is that correct?
So I do not define what a woman is because I do not identify as a woman. Womanhood is something that is an umbrella term.
Well, 3 years ago, a Florida
Oh
family
God.
story went viral for raising a gender-neutral baby.
I identify as non-binary.
Non-binary does not exist. It never has and never will. Because it is not biologically possible. If there was a non-binary person, it would be the only one in existence, and they would eventually die because they would not be able to reproduce.
Fast-tracked onto puberty blockers and then testosterone.
Gender clinics across the country have seen a huge rise in child referrals.
I have been misgendered 3 times in the past 24 hours.
I can't stand that person. Complains almost in every single one of their videos that they're being misgendered. And it's just like, you know what, dude? Boo fucking who? Who cares if you're being misgendered? It's not like somebody came up to you and stabbed you with a fucking knife.
A Christian teacher who was banned from teaching for misgendering a pupil has lost his high court battle.
He got the axe for failing to use a transgender student's preferred pronouns.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
I'm a member of the transgender community. More accurately, more specifically, I'm what you call gender non-binary or gender non-conforming.
I'm so glad that everyone has had enough of this.
Look, it's originally it started out fine. They're just giving the trans people a place where they feel like they belong and everything, but now it's spiraled so fucking far out of control that now pretty much everybody wants them to shut the fuck up and go away because they are just that annoying and just that fucking stupid. I got nothing against trans people. Not a damn thing. If they want to be trans, go right fucking ahead. If it makes you feel better, if it makes you feel whole, if it makes you feel happy, then, go right ahead. As long as, do what you want, do what makes you happy, as long as you do not harm or, you know, bring any sort of disruption into anybody else's life. That's fine. I think what people have a problem with is the part of the trans community that are trying to shove it down our throats, trying to force its way into every single part of social life and political life, and trying to make it okay for kids to be trans. That's why everybody's having a problem with it now.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by Incogni. I hope you all liked the very dramatic introduction that I tried to execute for this video. I'm trying to do something different, okay? I expect all of you to tell me in the comments that I am the Lord of Editing. And if you don't, then I shall scream. Anyway, as many of you know who've been around this channel for a number of years, I have continually brought you stories concerning the transgender movement and its weird cousin, the gender ideology movement. Although at this point, they're more like conjoined twins, just fused together to bring the rest of us suffering. But I have always believed that had these ideologies simply stayed on Reddit and on Tumblr and in the recesses of academia, things might have turned out differently. But no. But for the last decade or so, the conjoined twins have been beating down the door of every single institution, both politically, medically, socially, and basically calling for outright submission from absolutely everyone. Through force, mostly, and against all logic and reason, this ideology, these ideologies, have become mainstream. I really, really wish it had all stayed on Tumblr. As things have accelerated, I have told you stories about violent male criminals housed with female inmates. I've walked you through the many, many ways this ideology has attacked and erased women and motherhood. I've told you about men beating the snot out of women in women's sports, and how this movement has destroyed our entire comprehension of the English language.
Hey. NHS Trust Guide. Replace breastfeeding with breast/chest feeding. Replace breast milk with human milk or chest milk. Replace maternity with perinatal. It's like these people think that these words are physically hurting them or physically abusing them, or that any of these words are, as the woke community and Karens say it, misogynistic and patriarchal. Nah. It's called breastfeeding because the child is feeding from the breast. It's kind of where the milk comes from. You brain dead, smooth brain fucks. And it's called breast milk because it's milk from the breast. I don't get what the fucking problem is. It's just, I don't get it. Maternity, I'm not smart enough to dumb that one down. But it's just, I don't understand the thinking process behind these dumb fucks. Why do they have such a problem with breastfeeding, with breast milk, with maternity? I don't get it.
Language so that we might accommodate the zir zims and their chest feeding and chemically induced nipple discharge. Yeah, I bet that's an image. You're glad I...
Chemically induced nipple discharge. Such a gross way to put it, but hilarious.
Put in your head, pour that on your cereal.
I'd rather
sorry,
not.
That's a lot.
I'd rather not pour that on my cereal. That just sounds gross.
Mind, what will come as a surprise to none of you is that this ideology, these movements, have finally pushed things way too far. And now they get to see the fruits of their labor come to fruition in ways that they didn't quite expect. As most of you likely know, since day one of his presidency, Donald Trump has signed several executive orders that walk back some of the insanity integrated into US society over the last decade or so. The first was an executive order stating that the US government will only recognize two sexes. As an aside too, I find it endlessly embarrassing that we needed someone to sign an executive order stating that there are only two sexes, given that this is something that we have understood forever. It is odd that the last 10 years or so has completely eliminated all logic and reason.
Yeah, I've honestly always thought it was like, how have we fallen so far as a society in our educational system to just go along with these insane people and letting them try and change the logic behind gender and sex? Why are we pandering to these people? I mean, we all know that biologically there are only two, male and female. So why are we pandering to these people, letting them believe that there are more than two? Why are we letting them alter the educational system behind biology of humans? We're letting them put the idea into people's minds that there are more than two genders, that men can breastfeed, men can become pregnant. I don't understand, how are we letting these people get away with this?
I struggle with this. The second executive order will essentially remove transgender and gender ideology weirdos from military service, rightly pointing out that the military's existing policy excludes people who have medical conditions and physical defects. The third executive order will end gender-based mutilation of minors. And in his most recent move, Trump signed a fourth executive order banning men from women's sport.
This, I think, is also a good idea. Banning trans women from women's sports. Because if you let somebody who has benefited from being a man for well over 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, who has then decided to transition to a woman to go into women's sports, it is highly unfair. And no matter how much hormone therapy you go through or whatnot, you are still going to be faster and stronger than the woman, because that's kind of how men are. We are bigger, we are faster, we are stronger. That's just how we biologically are. And like I said, no matter how long you are on this hormone replacement therapy or this whatever it is that you're on, you are not going to atrophy to the point where you are going to be just as strong or weaker than the women. You are going to be stronger. Oh, and don't mind me, I just have an itch. How's it going, Storm? So yeah, I think it's a good idea that he signed an executive order banning trans women from women's sports, because it is highly unfair to the women that they have to face, that they have to compete against biological men in a sport that they have trained for years on end for. You're putting them at a huge disadvantage. So keep women's sports just for women. Well, as of right now, I have 2 ads, and I'm just stopping by while I'm at work dealing with rain. Oh, that sounds like fun.
This common sense action from President Trump ends the disgusting betrayal of women and girls by the previous administration, who for years catered to radical activists who wanted biological males to be treated as women in workplace showers, competitive sports, prisons, and even rape shelters.
Once again, unsurprising to none of you, this has caused a lot of screaming from the usual suspects. But with all of this said, and with everything that I'm about to lay out in the rest of this video, I want to make one key crucial point that basically summarizes why we're talking about this. These executive orders have obviously resulted in a ton of screaming, but the people doing the screaming haven't stopped for a single second to realize that they did this to themselves. So I'm gonna walk you through what led us to this point, and it's terrible and I'm sorry in advance. But you want to know what I'm not sorry about? You protecting your private information, which is why today's video is sponsored by Incogni. Ever Googled yourself? If you haven't, you probably should, because then you too can be traumatized by how much information about you is out there and public. Information like your addresses, your birth date, your email, even your social security number. I know, I also find this really creepy. Data brokers and data websites are actually a huge issue, and they're the reason that you get spam calls and texts and emails. Because they sell your data to whoever is asking. And if you're like me and you find all of this deeply uncomfortable, well, I know a company that can help. Incogni. Incogni reaches out to data brokers on your behalf and requests the removal of your personal information. It also handles any objections from these data websites. Incogni also ensures your data stays off the internet by conducting repeated removals, taking your data down if it pops up again. Which it can and will, because data brokers can re-add you. Privacy is actually hugely important to me, so I really mean it when I say that I genuinely love Incogni. Not only does it work, but it's insanely easy to use. You make an account, fill out the information you want removed, and grant Incogni the right to work for you. Then sit back and let them do all the work. Incogni also lets you protect your friends and family, which is why you can add up to 4 loved ones to your annual subscription. And if you're at all concerned, Incogni offers a risk-free 30 days. So if you don't love it, you can get a full refund on your service. So if you too want to take your data back from creepy data brokers, then click the link in the description or go to incogni.com/Sydney. And don't forget to use code Sydney for 60% off an annual plan. I would argue that most of us, me included, started off pretty indifferent to all of this. I can only speak for myself, but I've always been pretty live and let live. You want to call yourself a man and live as one? Okay, no skin off my nose. You want to call yourself a Zim in your weird online community away from me? Okay, you do you. You want me to treat most people with decency even if I don't agree with some of the things that they're doing, obviously, unless those things are illegal, that's a different story, then sure. That's fine, I can do that. But you see, the problem is, these activists and the people in these movements have pushed people like me, and probably a lot of you, way too far. Somewhere along this psycho road, this stopped being about decency and the tenets of live and let live, and became about forcing compliance, compelling speech, forcing women especially into situations that are unsafe or make us feel deeply and inherently uncomfortable. And so the acceleration of this forced compliance and these crazy situations have forced people like me, the people who've long been in the middle, just floating around being pretty indifferent, right over the edge of the cliff. So now, no, I won't use your preferred pronouns. I don't want men in women's bathrooms and locker rooms, no matter how much of a wallflower that man is. I no longer believe that the Zims are harmless internet dorks. I see them as people perpetuating genuine mental illness with the support of politicians and academia and the medical community, and basically
a lot of these people are trying so hard to... I find them annoying because a lot of these people are trying so hard to force their own ideologies, their own beliefs, and their own system and everything onto other people because they think they're right. They think that what they're saying is fact, that they should not be questioned, and it's gotten to the point where pretty much everybody now is so annoyed with them that even the people who have been silent on it, who have just tried to stay out of the way, are now being like forced into the situations, forced into the conversations, and now pretty much everybody now is just done with their shit. We don't want to deal with them anymore. We don't want to listen to it. We don't want to pander to them, which we shouldn't have been doing in the first place. But, you know, here we are, dealing with it.
Every other institution under the sun. So if you're here watching this, part of this group of people, wondering why it seems that everyone turned on you so quickly, or if you're like me and you're like, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, this was always going to get like this, but Sydney, please tell me more, I'm gonna walk you all through how we ended up at this exact spot in time. And of course, it all started very subtly and insidiously, as these things so often do. In the early 2010s, progressive companies, HR departments, and universities around North America started adopting preferred pronoun policies. The University of Michigan, for example, introduced a system in 2013 allowing students to designate pronouns, he, she, ze, zer, on class rosters, with the expectation that professors comply with this self-identification. Employees were also encouraged to add pronouns to their email signatures at particular companies. The concept of non-binary was already swirling around Tumblr and Twitter, but now these fringe identities and psycho-neo-pronouns were showing up in the real world. Non-compliance at this point wasn't heavily penalized, everything was painted as voluntary, but cultural pressure started to accelerate.
I'm non-binary, and this is why I use this abbreviation and not this one.
Today I'm going to show you how to use a-er pronouns in sentences, so let's go! A-er pronouns are a form of neopronouns, and oh my goodness, isn't that just so beautiful?
Forms of neopronouns. Xenopronouns, noun self pronouns, emoji self. You know, I miss the 90s. I really do. I miss the 90s and early 2000s. Because we didn't have to deal with any of this dumbass smooth brain shit. How did we as a society, we as a country, we as a sentient beings who have a lot of intelligence and a lot of wisdom, get to this point? Like, how? How did we let it get to this point? We are supposed to be the most intelligent creatures on the face of the planet. And here we are seeing people who have the IQ of a fucking... they have an IQ of a fucking amoeba. I don't even know if that's insulting to amoebas. I don't understand how we got here. I really don't. I mean, come on. We have decades, if not centuries, of research and literature and all this stuff showing that there are only two genders. And here we are in the past 10 years or so, just going backwards, dumbing ourselves down.
Beautiful.
So one of the unexpected parts about being a tall trans femme is the amount of times I'll be walking behind a woman on the streets and I'll skirt around because I got long legs and places to be. And then they're scared because they think that I'm a man. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I'm on your team.
By 2013, Australia was allowing people to put X as a gender marker on their passports. This was adopted by other places around the world. News outlets like The Guardian and NPR started running pieces about non-binary identities, confusingly using they to refer to these people. By 2014, Laverne Cox appeared on the cover of Time magazine with the headline, "The Transgender Tipping Point." Just a year later, we had Jazz Jennings on everyone's screen, the young boy who was marked as transgender and going through a very, very public transition. Celebrities like Miley Cyrus were coming out as genderqueer, and at this time too, misgendering someone online, calling a trans-identified male he, which you still really can't do here on YouTube, triggered intense viral outrage, doxing, social ostracism, and even job loss. Social media platforms were banning people left, right, and center, and honestly, they still kind of are.
Can you explain why misgendering is an act of violence?
Here's another thing that people have become smooth-brained about. An act of violence. Violence is something that is physical. Words are not violence. They're just being a dick. You cannot be violent without being physical. It's like people forget the definition of a fucking word. I got a kink in the base of my neck. It hurts like hell right now. I have to support my fucking head with my hands. I can barely turn my head without it hurting like hell because of the kink in my goddamn neck. But have we as a society have forgotten what an act of violence is? Somebody coming up to you and punching you. That is an act of violence. Somebody coming up to you and calling you a dick, misgendering you. That is not an act of violence. That is just being a dick. What has happened to us as a society? We have sunk so low.
Christian teacher who was banned from teaching for misgendering a pupil has lost his high court battle.
Teacher banned after misgendering. Oh my god. We have become the most snowflake society in history. This generation, hell, most of my generation would not have lasted 50 to 100 years ago. They would not have lasted a single fucking day.
He got the axe for failing to use a transgender student's preferred pronouns.
The social enforcement was fierce, and the legal enforcement wasn't too far behind. As we saw that not too long after all of this, UK police were showing up at people's houses to arrest them for misgendering people online. By 2016, Canada's Bill C-16 blew up in a major way. The legislation was designed to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act to include gender identity or expression, but all it did was upset people about its propensity for compelled pronoun use. And it gave us Jordan Peterson, who at the time was a professor at the University of Toronto, and who refused patently to use pronouns like "zir" and "they" for mentally unwell people.
Like lobsters.
In the same year, the US Department of Education issued a directive to public schools that forced them to let trans-identified students use the bathroom and locker room that matched their gender identity. If the schools refused, they risked federal funding cuts. Around the same time, the New York City Commission on Human Rights declared that the refusal to use a person's preferred pronouns, including "zir" and "here," I haven't heard of "here," that's a new one, could be discriminatory under city law with fines up to $250,000 for employers and landlords, just because they don't want to call you "here." It's spelled H-I-R. Yeah, I know, it's very weird. Unsurprising to absolutely none of you, after this, things started to go downhill pretty quickly. While many trans activists continued to argue that they just wanted to be left alone and live their lives, the wider population was being subjected to both legal and social compliance. Because of course they were! By 2018, they were pushing to erase women from discussions around pregnancy, motherhood.
Hang on, let's go back to that other one.
Compliance. Because of course they were! By 2018...
Do vulva... owners like sex is the wrong question. Here's what you should ask instead. Oh my god. Vulva owners Ladies, you have been reduced to being called vulva owners. Like you're a fucking car dealership. Oh my god. Oh.
2018, they were pushing to erase women from discussions around
Everyday black birthing people. Oh. And our babies die because our doctors don't believe our pain. My children almost became a statistic. I almost became a statistic. I testified about my experience at Oversight Dems today. Hear us, believe us, because for so long, nobody has. Black birthing people. You mean black women? Because only women can birth people. Oh, God. Ladies, I feel bad for you. I really do.
pregnancy, motherhood, and menstruation.
Here are 7 things pregnant and breastfeeding people should consider to make an informed decision about COVID-19 vaccine. It's like they have an aversion, a severe aversion to the word woman or women. Like it's some sort of disease that is going to hurt them.
Arguing it excluded trans men and
New CDC guidance recommends pregnant people get the COVID-19 vaccine. Pregnant people. It's like you should go up to these people, write the word woman on a rolled up piece of newspaper and smack them over the head with it. See if it'll hurt them.
non-binary people. They push to change terms like woman to uterus.
Progressives rebrand moms as birthing people. You know, I'm a guy and even I find that offensive. That is so insulting to moms. Just calling them birthing people. Like there's some sort of commodity or just there's just like a livestock just for birthing people. They're moms. They didn't go through 9 months of pregnancy. 9 months of that, all that bullshit, just to be referred to as a birthing person. Like there's some sort of breeding cow. That is so insulting. I'm a guy and I find this insulting. It's like dumbing down a father and calling fathers sperm donors instead of fathers. This is so horrible.
Or mother to pregnant person.
When we talk about birthing people, Jesus Christ, we're being inclusive. No, you're fucking not. You're being insulting. Makes me want to punch you in the face. I know I shouldn't be saying that, but it's like you're insulting my mom. It's that simple. No, it's not. We use gender neutral language, which it's not fucking gender neutral, when talking about pregnancy, because it's not just cis. This is another thing. I don't understand this cis shit. If you knew the history behind this cis thing, you wouldn't be fucking using it. Just call them what they are, man and woman, not cis male or cis woman. It's drop the cis bullshit. Of women that can get pregnant and give birth. Reproductive freedom is for everybody. No, it is not. It is for women only, because only biological women can get pregnant. Men cannot. It is that simple, because we are not built, nor have we evolved to become pregnant or be able to carry a child in us and grow them. Men are, to use gamer terms, we are the pre-game lobby. And women are the spawn point.
Politicians started adopting this language.
The largest labor union in the country, the National Education Association, had been proposing a resolution for future contracts to replace the word mother with birthing parent.
You shifted in places from using the term mother to birthing people.
Health equity for black birthing people.
And birthing people.
Birthing people.
When asked, American judges couldn't and refused to define what a woman is.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in.
Okay.
It is very hard to put into words what a woman is. But a woman is a woman. I mean, I would say for two children, they are, I would say they are like I don't know how to describe. I can't put into words what a woman is. I mean, it's just, you can't. I don't know how to describe what a woman is, but I'm not going to say that they are a birthing person. That's just insulting.
Okay. This context,
So
I'm not a biologist.
To be clear, you wrote this while you were a sitting judge, 2017? You were on the bench?
Okay, I'll say this. To me, a woman is somebody who, it's so hard to put into words. It is really hard to put into words how like defining a woman, because you can't really define what a woman is. They're just, I find them that they're just important. As a man, I don't think you can really live without a woman. They're important. Without women, men would just be out of fucking control. Women are, to men, I think women are like an anchor. They keep us grounded. They keep us sane. They're like our healers. They heal us emotionally, mentally, and, you know, doctors, I'd say physically, they're healing us. They are our peace. They're what make us whole. But, like I said, I'm not going to describe them as a fucking birthing person. That's just fucking insulting.
That is correct after a case I had.
So, as I understand it, you don't think that there really is any clear-cut distinction between male and female as biological categories. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
That's what you wrote.
What am I even listening to? How are judges meant to interpret the law when they can't even interpret biology? This is alarming on all the alarming levels. Kind of terrifyingly, this wasn't only a political and social issue. The medical community was starting to participate. Of course, not only in the language changes, but the just kind of general mass delusion that was taking place.
Yeah, there's another thing in the medical community. You have to, when you go in to get treated, you have to let the doctor, like if they're asking your gender, you have to let them know the gender you were born as, because we are wired, we are wired differently, we are built differently. Biologically, we are different. A doctor cannot treat one person like I gotta find my words here. He cannot treat a woman the same way as he treats a man, because we are biologically built and wired differently. So a man functions different than a woman. He like, you have to let him know, if you're a trans man, you have to let him know that you are a trans man. You can't just say you're a man and have him treat you as a man. You're just not gonna heal the same. It's not how shit works. Men and women are different. We are built different. We evolved differently. Our bodies work differently.
People in these scientific communities started insisting that there were more than two sexes, tying themselves in knots trying to justify this position. We ended up with terms like sex assigned at birth, and the insistence even from some outfits that men can...
Let's talk about pregnant men. Yes, they exist. No, they fucking do not. Pregnant women. They're only... All right. The only people who can get pregnant are women and trans men. And I say trans men because they are still biologically women. Men and trans women cannot get pregnant because they are biologically male, and we do not have fucking uteruses. I will say it again. Men are the pregame lobby, and women are the spawn point in gamer terms. Pregnant men do not exist because we biologically cannot get pregnant. We do not have the faculties to get pregnant. We have the faculties to impregnate, but that's it.
And give birth.
Do you believe then that men can become pregnant and have abortions?
No.
Yes. Dr. Kumar, can biological men become pregnant and give birth?
So men can have pregnancies, especially trans men.
Can men get pregnant?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Secretary, materials coming from your department, you've referred to mothers as birthing persons, replacing that title with...
Are mothers not persons?
Mothers are persons, but it seems to be more inclusive, like you're trying to include another gender in that.
I'm all about inclusion, Congresswoman.
My name is Danny. I'm a non-binary birther. For those of you who don't know, I gave birth to my child 20 months ago at home. It was beautiful. It was a spiritual experience.
You know, the one thing I don't understand is, like, after 12 months, why do you keep counting the months? Is it like for babies? After 12 months, why do people keep counting the months? Like, oh, he's 14 months old, he's 18 months old, he's 20 months old. Is it because of the clothing? Is that it? Because I genuinely don't understand. It's like, after 12 months, why do you keep counting the months until after he's 2 years old? I genuinely don't get it. I think the only thing that makes sense to me is because that's how the clothing is set up.
Congratulations. Thank you. I did it as a non-binary person, not as a woman, just to be very...
You did it as a woman. You crazy fuck. Non-binary doesn't exist.
Very clear.
Some medical professionals have insisted and continue to insist that there is no difference between trans-identified males and a female when it comes to female sports, that men should be allowed to compete against women, giving us the likes of Leah Thomas and other athletes who have stolen opportunities and wins from female competitors.
In June, a complaint was filed by the families of 3 girls who say allowing transgender athletes to compete in sports as the gender they identify with unfairly discriminates against their daughters.
But I also... You don't know what's funny? You don't see any trans men trying to compete in male sports. You know why? Because they're not strong enough to do so. They get their ass beat. But here we see trans... We see trans women competing in women's sports. And don't get me wrong, there are some people who genuinely do it because they genuinely do it. But there are plenty of them out there who go into saying, oh, they identify as a woman, and they go into these women's sports because they know that's the only way they can win. is because they have an advantage over biological women. Now, not all of them do it, but a lot of them do. But still, trans women should not be allowed to go into women's sports because it is highly unfair to the women. Because as a trans woman, you have a biological advantage. No matter how many medications you take to replace your hormones or whatever other chemicals in your body, no matter how long you're on them, no matter how much of them you take, you will always have a biological advantage over women. Because despite what a lot of people think, men are faster, we are stronger, and we are bigger. We are built to be better in sports. That is just how we are biologically built and wired. Like it or not, it's just how it is. And it is highly unfair for a lot of these biological men to go into these women's sports where women have trained for months or years on end just to try and be the best they can be in the sport that they're in. And for some guy to come in and just shit on them for all the work that they've tried to put in is something that just should not happen.
Don't need anybody's permission to be myself and to do the sport that I love.
So, like, this idea that, like, oh, you're not a biological woman. Well, I am a woman. That's a fact. I am female. So all my identity records, my racing license, my medical records all say female, right? And I'm pretty sure I'm made of biological stuff. So I'm a biological female as well.
That is such a dumb art. I'm made out of biological stuff. No shit, you're made out of biological stuff, you dumb fuck. But you're not biologically born a woman. That is the difference that your dumb shithead brain doesn't seem to get.
Can't say what I want to say here. I will get banned from YouTube. I was actually quite happy earlier when I read this article saying that the asteroid that's set to hit our planet in a couple years will probably not hit it anymore. And then I watched this clip, and now I yearn for the meteor! By this time, TikTok was in full swing, and you all know how much I love TikTok. And it became a breeding ground for mental illness and all of this gender insanity.
Okay.
Became a breeding ground for mental illness.
It is dumbasses like this, especially, who say, I'm a trans woman. I should be allowed to go into these restrooms. I should be allowed to go into these women places. Fuck no, you shouldn't. I don't care if you identify as a woman. If you look like this, especially like this, no, you should not be allowed in any sort of woman places. You are going to be, oh my God, there are plenty of guys, if they see people like this go into the restrooms behind their daughters, they are going to beat the ever-living fucking shit out of this person until they are bloody. They're not being transphobic. They're being very protective of their daughters. And I don't blame them. You brought it on yourself. But you cannot call yourself trans woman and expect it for society to be okay with you going into the women's spaces, be it a restroom, sports, groups or whatever. You cannot expect the entirety of society to be okay with it, because they're not gonna be. Because you are logically and biologically a man. So you can't be expected to be society to say, okay, go right ahead, we're fine with it. No, that is not how reality works.
And all of this gender insanity. Young people were ideologically captured, and all of this started showing up much, much more in schools and in universities and in the medical field, where kids were
I'm sorry. This shit really needs to be kept away from children. It needs to be kept away from children. I don't understand how we as a society find it okay for this to be around kids. I don't understand why. It's like I feel like I'm one of the very few who still lives in fucking reality.
Insisting that they were something other than their sex. To answer this growing demand, gender clinics started popping up all over the place. Doctors made light-hearted TikToks talking about performing double mastectomies on healthy young people.
Gender clinics across the country have seen a huge rise in child referrals.
Our journey with a transgender child.
You know, we've seen staggering growth in gender medical treatment for children.
My name is Ella, and I'm 7 years old, and I'm transgender.
No. See, here's the thing. I would say probably 80 to 90% of kids this will just be a phase for them. So if they want to play with dolls, they want to dress up as a girl, they want to do all this sort of girly stuff, that's fine. That's totally fine. Let them do it for a while. 8 to 9 times out of 10, they're going to go right back to being, to believing that they are the gender that they were born as. That is just how this goes. Kids go through phases. Now, for you to encourage it and enforce it and all this stupid shit like these dumbass people are doing, who at this point I don't think deserve to be parents anymore, are encouraging kids and teaching them all this stuff and bringing them into these groups and whatnot. No. I'm sorry, but at that point you have lost any sort of right to be a fucking parent. Because at that point, I think it should be considered child abuse.
UK's Tavistock Institute was prescribing puberty blockers to people as young as 10, insisting children must be gender affirmed early on, lest they go and, do horrible things to themselves. The insanity was absolutely everywhere, coming at us from all sides. And rather than seeing this...
It's stuff like this as well that makes me believe that homeschooling is the decision to go for. Because why would I want to put a kid through going to public school and dealing with all this shit? Why?
Rather than identifying the growing backlash and anger and frustration coming from the wider population and trying to be understanding, the trans activist gender movement people instead decided to double down. Wow, that's so crazy. I can't believe they did that. That's just totally unexpected from them. Threats from trans-identified males towards women they label as hateful became commonplace.
Trans woman 44 who threatened to kill, blind, and break the backs of women's rights campaigners Kelly J. Keene and Helen Joyce is given suspended jail sentence after court hears it happened during a mental health struggle. Let's continue.
Images of women being hanged with captions like,
a follow-up to the dead rat that was nailed to our door recently. This morning we found this writing scrawled across the windows of our storefront space that we use for support and training purposes. See, this is why a lot of our society now is having a problem with the trans community. Because they have gone insane. They have gone totally nuts.
Dead TERFs or Kill a TERF have circulated across the internet, cheered on by so many. While they scream about just wanting acceptance, they fail to rein in the worst actors among them, including those perpetuating legitimately violent rhetoric.
I was going to come here and be really fluffy and be really nice and say, yeah, be really lovely and queer and gay. No, if you see a TERF, punch him in the fucking face!
T-shirts with messages like trans rights or else and protect trans kids with images of knives or guns have been seen at trans protests across the country. Countless stories about...
Yeah, because nothing gets your point across like saying, I'm gonna fucking kill you if you don't believe in what I believe.
about males exposing themselves to women and young girls in locker rooms and bathrooms have made headlines, met with silence from trans activists, of course. Incidences of women being essayed by trans-identified males in prison have gone ignored by the community that fights for their inclusion at the cost of harming women. Even the most hailed trans activists have behaved wildly inappropriately, with one incident making national headlines when Rose Montoya
Controversy arose from a White House Pride event after a video showed some attendees dancing while topless.
was seen partially naked on the White House lawn in 2023. The message that everyone who disagrees with you must...
Oh god, yeah, here's another thing. Drag. A lot of people thinking that it's okay to have drag queens read to children. That it is okay for drag to be around children. No, it is fucking not. Ask any logical thinking drag queen who lives in reality. They will tell you that this sort of stuff is not okay to have around kids because drag is so fucking hypersexualized that it's just... there are even drag children. Let that sink in. There are drag children. How do you find that okay? I don't get it.
To be a Nazi has eroded any attempts to reach common ground. But worse than that, it has emboldened people to continue making violent threats in the name of protecting themselves. Like this video, for example, that circulated in 2023, where a trans-identified individual made several alarming remarks.
I dare you to try and stop me from going into a women's bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make.
I guarantee you it'll be the last mistake you make, you dumb fuck. If a father who loves and cares for their daughter and is protective of them, if they see a person like this going into the women's bathroom behind their daughter, they're not going to like how that father acts.
I dare you to try and stop a transgender woman in my presence from using the bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make. This is a call to action. You need to arm up.
Look, I may say that this an act of violence is going to happen. I personally don't think violence should be the first action you take. But if the other person acts upon violence first, then you know what? Violence should be taken if it is to protect yourself or to protect somebody else. So that's the only way. But people like this, they can't be surprised when they get their ass beat.
Plain and simple. Go out, buy a gun. You need to protect yourself, and you need to protect your fellow transgender brothers and sisters and theys and thems. You need to protect the rest of us in the LGBT community.
No, we don't need to protect anybody. We can protect people, but nobody is deserving of protection. Nobody deserves to be protected. Nobody deserves anything. Go out and buy yourself a gun. It's just... This is another reason why people think gun laws should be enacted, because they think it's just mentally unstable people like you. That is the reason why people are going fucking crazy with gun laws.
As I'm going to do myself. Because there are lots of people like me who are not afraid to die.
I always find these type of videos really interesting because they're usually being made for people who can't even run up a hill. The people that you're instructing to get firearms probably think they're too heavy. It actually just makes me think of an army of David Huggs, and I don't find that particularly intimidating. The notion that someone stopping you from using a bathroom is worthy of physical violence is a direct result of the ideas that trans activists have been spreading for over a decade. That anyone who doesn't abide by the growing insanity of the gender ideology and trans movements is a direct threat. The many viral "it's ma'am" moments certainly haven't helped bring the public around to accepting these types of ideas and behaviors in civil society. Once again, putting it mildly. Say what you want to about the It's Ma'am crowd, but they have given us a lot of very fun videos to laugh at over the years. I'm just trying to give you guys some silver linings here. The irony for me, and I'm not quite sure how to articulate this, but I'm gonna do my best, is that many trans activists and allies from the trans and gender-based communities, these movements, paint themselves typically as the victim in all of this, despite the fact that they are, in fact, the most aggressive perpetrators online a lot of the time, and typically are the ones making these situations even worse. I just really struggle to see how the most aggressive voices in a community and across an issue who are contributing to people getting doxxed and fired and harassed and whatnot are the victims and all of that. I feel like I am missing something. The dots are not all connecting. Anyway, all of this said, you might be asking, Sydney, what's the net effect of all of these things? Well, I will tell you. People are tired. They are tired of walking on eggshells, and they are fed up with being accused of bigotry or transphobia, lest they use the wrong pronoun with a stranger that they meet in the store. Many people, me included, are tired of watching language be altered and erased to accommodate a fraction of the population, erasing age-old truths that we have known and understood since the beginning of recorded history. So yeah, it's not really a mystery why the pendulum is doing a backswing right now. Depending on your perspective, the funny or sad part here in all of this is how many people actually just used to wholesale support and or accept the trans movement and its objectives and many of its people. But as time has worn on, those same people have become infinitely less accepting because of the tactics used by the trans community in forcing their acceptance. Are we seeing a trend here? In their attempts to basically shame and attack people into compliance, they have instead caused a ton of the broader community to jump ship. People don't take too kindly to children being exposed to things like drag shows, hypersexualized pride events. They don't like seeing drag performances at school assemblies and class education that is graphic and misleading, telling little children that gender is a spectrum and sex is not, in fact, immutable. The hostility with which trans activists and allies approach arguments, the refusal to acknowledge the realities of our biological nature, and the constant attempts to change language to accommodate people's precious feelings has accelerated the disdain and anger in the broader community. And I can assure you this pendulum swing is about to get much worse. Or better, depending on which side of the aisle you're on and how you feel about all of this. By refusing to put meaningful, logical limits on self-identification, by blurring the lines between science and ideology and forcing their ideas onto the wider population, trans activists and their allies have ensured that all of the ground that they have achieved in recent years is going to be reversed. So the bottom line is that whether or not people agree or disagree with what's currently happening, the backslide of support that we're currently seeing and the reversal of policies that we're currently seeing is entirely self-inflicted. I am personally of the opinion that most people probably would have been fine continuing this live and let live philosophy had the trans movement and its activists not gone completely off the bloody rails. At one point, there probably actually was a middle ground that could have been achieved here, but again, these people made damn sure that that was never going to be the case, and now we have very much bypassed that stage. And just to be clear, I'm not saying any of this with a degree of glee or whatever. I honestly would prefer just to be left alone, but apparently that's just too much to ask. In the end, my prediction here is that this entire movement is going to unravel. And honestly, although I'm not super sure what that looks like at its nth degree,
I think this whole entire trans movement thing at some point is going to crumble and disappear, but it's not going to disappear in a very nice way. It's going to blow up in a way that's probably going to affect a lot of things in society before it finally levels out or just dies out completely. That's what I think is going to happen. It's going to go out with a giant fucking bang, and not in a good way.
I am very pleased that finally some sanity is making headway. Now on that note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder, check out Incogni using the link in the description. As I have said previously, I unironically love this service, and if you are somebody who is concerned about your information being out there on the internet, definitely check it out. It might be for you. Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Are you on my side of this issue, where you also started off very indifferent and have ended up quite frustrated by all of this? Are you on the other side of the aisle, where you think that it's very necessary to pursue trans rights and gender-based things? Are you somebody who thinks that we are taking things now too far and that rolling back many of these policies is actually a bad thing? Do you think that it's a good thing? Do you think that it protects women and girls and ultimately is bringing society back to some sort of sanity-based equilibrium? Do you think that this is going to unravel ultimately, that this movement is going to kind of die a slow and painful death? Or do you think that maybe we can actually find a middle ground? And what do you generally make of this issue overall? As always, if you have made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along for the full ride. If you are new here and you are not subscribed already and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to hit that subscribe button, as well as leaving this video a like and a comment, because I do read the majority of them and I really like hearing your feedback. Of course, in the interim, my dear potato children, I hope you all stay safe and well, and I will see your very pretty faces in the next video.
All right. That was that whole thing. Hey. All right, let's get on to more light-hearted one, shall we? This is, for those who do not know, the ASDF movie. This is the complete collection 1 through 15. God, this makes me feel old seeing this.
Got your nose. Look out, he's got a nose.
Oh my god.
You gotta help me, man. My tie is evil and it's gonna kill me.
Slowly backs away.
Please don't hurt me. Hello, parking meter.
Hello. Hey, guy. Hey, smell my flower.
Mmm.
Lol. Honestly, I think it'd be kind of cool if there were just randomly placed pointless buttons around towns. People just go up to them and point and press them, even though it says pointless button. People just press it anyways because people like pressing buttons.
Hey man, what the hell is wrong with you?
Level up.
Somebody help me, I'm being robbed. I'll save you. Tree powers activate.
One of the most pointless powers to have.
Die, potato.
Yum.
Ah! Why would you do this? I have a wife and family. Ah, the pain. It's unbearable.
What have I done?
Ah! Tell my children I love them.
Daddy!
Ah! No! Hey, you know who's gay? You. Oh, come on! I baked you a pie.
Oh boy, what flavor?
Pie flavor. How is the guy who made this able to come up with this random shit? It's just like had an epiphany one day and be like, I'm gonna make some random shit.
I like singing. I like dancing.
I like trains.
Hey, it says gullible on the ceiling.
Oh, so you stole my lungs. Die, potato. Not today.
Haha! They said I could never teach a llama to drive. No, llama, no!
Apparently you cannot.
Doctor, I think I might be a homosexual. How can you tell? Rainbows.
What are you, a man or a mouse?
It's a really
Hey
nice
kids,
drawing.
I brought you some cookies.
I like trains.
Desmond the Moon Bear. How did I get here? The end.
I can't read.
Kitten fight! No, wait! I'm allergic to adorableness!
Aw.
Aw.
How adorable. Dead.
What are you up to, son?
I like trains.
Yes, you do. Hey, you know who's gay? You.
And there's the trains.
I can't wait to eat this bagel.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh no, I spilled my milk. You've killed us all.
No! Who parked their car
On my sandwich!
I did.
Why won't this damn fax machine work?
Feed me paper.
Are we there yet?
Yes. Yay! Ah, crap.
Marmite, have you seen my pony?
Yes. I ate him.
God damn you, Marmite.
Marmite, why does no one like you? Oh, yeah.
Marmite
Hey,
is terrible.
How do I get to your place again? Okay, thanks. Steve, I'm giving you a promotion. Marmite. Yep, now you're fired. Honey, I'm home. Marmite, what are you doing?
I'm sleeping with your wife, John.
Yeah. You are. Hey, man, look at my new dog. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, there's no dog there.
It's so ridiculous.
Joey, did you eat my sandwich?
I am your sandwich.
Here, hold this. Thanks. What is wrong with you? Stop it! Cut it out, man! I don't want... Screw gravity. Goodbye, world.
Okay, Jim, I'll see you around. Where you going? Oh, no! Oh, that's not what I thought he meant by that at all!
There's something on your face. It was pain. Oh, what is happening? Why would you do this? I can't even... I am punching your salad! Now, son, don't touch that cactus.
You're dead to me.
Honey, why is the baby on fire? Buy me more jewelry! Don't even think about it. Hey guys, check out my new camera. Oh wait, this isn't the camera. Die, potato.
I like trains.
Oh no, wait!
I'm gonna do an internet. Well, I'm gonna do a book. Oh.
Yeah, 'cause books suck.
The Science Show.
Pianos! Whose idea was this?
This is a robbery.
Oh.
Hey, kid, you can't skate here.
You can't tell me what to do.
I want to be a pie.
Billy, no! Nice hat. Thanks. I was being sarcastic. Well,
But I stole your face!
Honey, do you like my new shoes? You are a chair, darling. I can dream, Harold. It worked. My time machine worked.
I'm a Stegosaurus.
Quick, shoot me in the face.
You're getting mugged, kid.
No, you're getting mugged.
How the hell does that even work?
Hey, son, catch. Banana fight.
No!
Alien attack.
Roll the cheese.
Just a bunch of triangles.
When I grow up,
Imagine that actually worked.
Why wait? Hey, what's going on? I'm a dragon.
I like trains!
Oh, no! Hey, Bobby, play that one about falling down the stairs.
Sure thing, Johnny.
I love it.
I love it.
So beautiful out here.
Yeah, it's just me, you, and the moon. Hey, you two should kiss. Sir, you appear to have a very severe case of baby voice.
Hello, Mind Turtle.
Hey man, you wanna play some video games?
No way, dude, you always beat me.
Tell no one!
Just actually beats him.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, you ever gonna run out of muffins?
No, because I work at the Muffin Factory.
I wonder if my pony can fly. Huh.
And now, ducks. I was just about to say that.
Are you serious?
Totally.
Oh, that's spooky.
We are so in sync.
Mommy, look, a turtle.
Here, hold this.
I'm gonna punch you in the face!
But it's opposite day.
Oh no!
Oh no, I am not stepping on you.
And there's a llama from ASDF Movie 2.
Do you ever get tired of being random? Me neither.
I'm going to punch your face. In the face.
Hello and welcome to Standing Up School.
And you fail.
Hey, you got a license for that?
You'll never take me alive.
Knock knock!
Who's there?
The door! Hey, did you know that carrots are good for your eyesight?
You lied to me.
Hello. 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 Oh no. Ooh, a puppy. Oh, careful, honey. He has a knife. What? No, I don't.
Everybody do the flop!
Hello, Burger. I used to be a cow. Oh!
And now, the funniest thing you've ever seen.
From really far away.
Apples!
He's a magical pony flying through the sky on a magical...
Shoot it down.
I have no idea how to breathe.
What are you drawing, honey?
I'm drawing a bear.
Oh.
Quick, don't think about cats!
That is a lot
Here
of cats.
comes the aeroplane.
Is anybody here a doctor? I am. Well, you're a nerd!
Hey, what'd you get for your birthday?
I got older.
That is weird.
Hey, you want to play catch the knife? Sure. Man, I suck at this game.
Ma'am, I'm afraid I caught your son doing homework.
Where did I go wrong?
Hey, Joey, do you want to eat me?
No thanks, Mr. Muffin.
But I want to die.
Hey,
That's
Stacy, do
morbid.
you want to go to the prom with me? Aw, I'm sorry, but I'm a ghost. But you're not dead. Bye, Brian.
That's pretty extreme.
Hey, buddy, you want to take this outside?
Sure.
Wow, what a lovely evening.
This was a really good idea.
Don't jump. You have so much to live for.
Everybody do the flop!
Oh, I'm so full.
You have room for a muffin?
No.
Why won't you let me die?
Hey, baby, are you an angel? Because I'm allergic to feathers.
You're fat. I am a very tall midget.
Hey,
Good to
buddy,
know.
turn that frown upside down. Okay. Desmond, the moon bear.
He's dead.
The end.
Hey, want a banana?
Oh, what? No! Turn it back!
Who wants a muffin?
Have you seen the baby?
No, I think he got outside.
You fool.
No, let me. I am depressed.
Suddenly, pineapples.
This does not help. Hey, buddy, look over here. Haha, now you're blind.
What's going on, guys?
Larry, this is an intervention. You need to stop breaking people's necks.
What are you talking about?
Larry!
What?
Larry!
Hey, cool hat.
No, Susie, don't walk in the road!
Look, Mom, I made it!
I am a Stegosaurus! I actually used to have one of those as a kid.
Happy birthday!
It's a boy!
Invisible Billy Adventures.
Hey, Billy, catch the frisbee! Billy?
How fast does a frisbee have to go to actually do that to somebody?
Sir, I'm afraid you have brain cancer.
Suddenly, pineapples.
Well, the good news is you don't have brain cancer anymore.
And you don't have a head.
Save me, super guy!
No.
You're a dick!
Hey, Apple! 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 Hey, Apple!
Well, we failed. Don't look, honey.
Hello, mine turtle. Hello! Suddenly, pineapples.
He's a magical pony flying through the sky.
I love it! Hey, you know who's gay?
We are.
Us.
Stay away from my baby!
But mother, I love him. Doctor, I'm afraid of backstories. When did this all start? Well,
Hey, what time is it?
It's muffin time!
actually it's 12:30.
Somebody kill me!
Miss, you need to pay for your food.
Nope!
Oh, Timmy, don't cry. Seriously, Timmy, cut it out. Timmy, this is the worst date ever.
And now, a cow pretending to be a man. Alan, are you a cow? What? No. Yeah, me neither. You guys want to go skateboards?
My boyfriend said I'm the most beautiful girl in the world.
My boyfriend said that too.
There can be only one.
Yonder very much.
Giant flying sheep! Those are clouds.
You're leaving
Am I the only one that thinks that sounds an awful lot like Markiplier?
me?
Sorry, Eddie. I've met a real man.
Hi, babe. Yes, I am real man. You want to go skateboards? You're adopted. You done, kids? Get off my property!
Knock, knock. Who is there? A mirror. I am lonely.
No.
you like to see a magic trick?
No.
Oh, look at the little baby. And now look at the big baby.
Whoa. Yeah, that sounds a lot like Markiplier.
The orphans, they're all dead. What kind of man would do this? Skateboards.
Jimmy, take out the dog.
Yes, mother.
For a walk, Jimmy.
It's a lovely day to walk down the road, and if I ever stop singing, I will explode.
Hey, Steven.
What have you done?
Oh, what's his name?
His name is David.
Hello, I am David.
Can Susie come out to play?
Sure.
Yay!
That's just wrong.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Hi, hungry. I'm Dad.
Why did you name me this way?
You're gonna
'Cause he's a
die.
dad.
We're all gonna die.
Ooh, a butterfly.
Honey, no!
Whee!
She's mine now, John. Are you hungry? No, I'm crazy. Whoops. Excuse me, are you gonna eat that?
No. You can have it.
Thank you.
I like trains.
Hey, the trains guy.
Honey, I'm pregnant. I can explain.
I think we should just be friends.
Mother. Ooh, I wonder what this does. Oh, I'm gay now. Huh.
Hey, want to see an impression of my dad?
Sure. Comedy.
Don't jump!
That one sounds like Jacksepticeye.
You want a piece of me?
Yeah.
Well, here you go then.
Thanks.
Hey kids, who's ready to draw?
Me.
Okay then, draw.
Okay, hit the apple. Yeah!
Hey, what time is it? It's medication time.
That is so wrong.
This is better.
Yes.
Chase me, Susie. Chase me.
Good.
Hey, I'm not like other girls. I have snake arms.
I'm sorry, Jim, but I'm going to have to let you go.
No, please. No! Is this you?
Yes. Hello. Hi.
Hey, here comes that transgender guy.
I like trains.
I wish I could fly.
Your wish is granted.
Beep, beep. I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep. I'm a sheep. You know what I hate? Child murderers. Oh no, here comes one now.
I'm gonna get ya.
Cannonball!
My beautiful baby, this is the happiest day of my life.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Have you seen my lemons? I want my lemons.
I don't want to be fat anymore.
Meow, meow. I'm a cow. I said meow, meow. I'm a
No!
I want an ice cream.
What's the magic word?
That's evil.
Hey man, the 80s called. They want you dead. I'm feeling carsick.
Aw, babies grow up so fast.
They do? Hello, I have been born.
I sentence you to jazz.
No!
Hey, pull my finger.
Oh, come on. Boys don't cry.
Oh no, a giant bee!
I'm afraid you have 1 year to live.
Oh yeah?
Proved him
your
wrong.
girlfriend. She's single?
Sir, is this your car?
Nope, it's yours.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
God.
Made you jump.
Hey, baby, you looking fine. Hey, thanks, Jerry. You too.
I am going to open this door.
What's that behind your ear?
It's a hearing aid.
What?
I love you, but
Don't worry, I'm a doctor of psychology.
So how does that make you feel?
And now, the award for best sarcasm goes to this guy.
Oh wow, thank you so much.
Happy 10th birthday!
But, this isn't what I wanted.
Hey, what time is it?
It's muffin time!
Time of death, muffin time.
Wait, what?
Keep pushing. Push.
Congratulations, we got it back in.
It's the trains guy.
I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way to eat your skin.
Dad, I'm gay.
I have no son.
This isn't my house.
A, B, C, D, E, F, gun.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I have brain damage.
A knife! My favorite!
I wish people would be nice to me.
Your wish is stupid.
Hey, can your girlfriend do this?
That's hot.
You're fired. You can't fire me. I quit. You can't quit. I quit. You can't quit. You're a frog. You can't frog me. You're my wife. I'm not your wife. You're my wife. Oh, hey, honey, how was work? Pretty good, but I quit my job. You can't quit your job. You're fired. Ah!
I sure hope I don't get hit by a car.
That's for sleeping with my wife.
Hey, can people fly? That's a shame.
Ugh, it's Johnny Big Feet.
Hey, my feet aren't that big.
Damn you, Johnny Big Feet!
This is not my arm.
Hey, your chin feels nice.
Oh no, a gunman!
Oh, I'm gonna stab you. Hey! Where? Good news, we were able to save your legs. And here they are.
I'm leaving you, Jerry. You and your inappropriate reactions.
Wee! My mouth tastes like teeth.
I don't want to be a mother.
Oh no.
Phew, I almost got shot.
Hey, can you hold my baby?
Oh, apparently not.
Oh no! I'm late!
Boss, what are we gonna do about all these gangsters? Don't worry, we got a man on the inside. Hello, yes, I am real man. I love to do the crime. Dog! 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 My brain is big and smart.
Oh God, Duck!
Oh God, Steve!
How you been, man?
I'm not racist, but...
Okay.
That ain't right.
Watch out for that kitten!
Oh, that doesn't sound so bad.
High five!
100.
Daddy.
Oh. Well, hey, Marshmallow Man.
Hey there!
How do you plead?
Guilty!
Swish.
Come out with your hands up!
I'm gay.
Hey, about your new girlfriend.
What about her?
She's, punching my horse.
You've got too many legs! Where do babies come from?
Baby gun.
What?
Hey, Mr. Goose, what you doing with that noose?
I love you.
I have a boyfriend.
Have a boyfriend.
Oh no! I'm still alive.
That's my boy. No, my boy!
Father, help!
What's for dinner? My favorite.
Let's get this party started.
This is a Swumble party.
Yeah!
Hello, son.
Are you ready to die?
No.
Then I'll come back later.
Oh, what kind of dog is he?
He's French.
With?
When I grow up, I want to be a doctor, just like you.
Aw, you're not gonna grow up.
Oh, that's sad.
I'm free!
We've got you on camera.
Well, I got you flowers.
Come on, everybody, do the whale dance.
Oh my god. You're an idiot.
Got your nose.
What's a nose?
I don't know.
Hey, somebody order a larger pizza?
I did.
Oh no, I'm dropping a pizza on a little man!
Pop-pom.
It's Taco Tuesday.
Not again!
Where's my money?
Guess whose arms I stole?
You want some spaghetti?
That sounds nice.
The baby is taking his first
Life.
Broccoli, broccoli, what's he doing today?
He's dead.
No.
The end.
Wait
That
a
was
minute.
short-lived.
I can't drive.
I want to speak to your manager.
What seems to be the problem here?
I find you guilty of nothing. The sentence is death.
Egg.
Stop turning people into
Egg. Ugh, time to change this baby. Yeah.
Hey, you four-eyed freak!
Don't listen to him.
Yeah, can I get, death? What?
Hey. Get out of my sandwich.
No.
Here's the results of your spelling test. Wow! An A!
That's my girl.
I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Make me a drink. Yeah! Where's my wife? Oh, there's my wife. Where's my keys? Oh, there's my keys. Okay, I'm off the wike. Where's the door?
Mom, I'm scared.
Oh, honey, ghosts aren't real.
Oh, okay.
That's how you open a door.
What do we want?
Death!
When do we want it?
Hey guys, sorry I'm late.
Can I play with my friends?
Oh, you don't have any friends. Ned.
Mum, Dad, I'm imaginary.
I have no son.
This one's called the Oh No! Oh no.
I spy something beginning with B. Boat. What?
Here comes the airplane.
Oh, please no!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I want a divorce.
Fine, but I'm keeping the clown.
You could keep the clown.
I'm bored.
Aw, who's the good boy? Not me. I'm a girl. And what would Sir like?
I'd like you to leave my house.
No!
Conductor! He's bad at his job! God,
Yes, my child.
why are you in a tree?
I am stuck.
This isn't milk.
I wish I were dead.
And for your next wish?
Horse with a baby.
Give it back.
No.
98, 99, 100. This is too many fingers.
Kiss me, Johnny.
Johnny the truck.
Honey, don't look at the sun.
I'm naked.
So, your place or mine?
This is your place.
Well, that would explain why all my stuff is here.
Are you having fun, sweetie?
That's classified.
Hey, guess what?
I love you.
Oh, gross.
Ew.
Wanna dance?
I don't know how.
Neither do I.
Fetch the stick, boy.
Johnny the truck.
Oh, what's wrong, little guy?
My wife left me.
That was really loud.
Wow, a rainbow.
I didn't know he got out of prison. Run.
Well, if I'm not the father, who is? Johnny the truck.
Oh, God, honey, you turned into a giraffe.
I'm right here.
Excuse me, I am talking to my wife.
Oh. The Adventures of Mrs. Honky Horn.
I'm sorry, it's terminal.
There. Are you happy now? No. Then I'll see you next week.
He's got a knife.
I'm number one.
And I'm number two. Put us together and we make meth. What are you, gay? Yeah.
Who ordered pizza?
Oh, my pizza!
Do you take Deborah to be your lawfully wedded wife?
That's classified.
Oh no! Someone is hacking my computer!
That's not a computer, that's a steering wheel.
Oh.
Hey, baby, what's your name?
I don't know.
What?
Can you please speak English?
Ang lakas sa loob mong kausapin ng ganyan ah. Hayop ka.
Hey, want to see that new movie?
I have already seen it.
Oh, you've seen everything.
I'm sorry.
Have you seen my phone?
No.
Oh god, it's escaped.
My love, will you go to sharkrobot.com/askmovie to get a t-shirt, pin poster, or plushie?
Laki ako talaga, no? Di kita kilala. Lumayas ka nga.
A ASDF movie, such a wonderful collection. Alright. Well, I think that shall be all for this stream. Thank you everyone for being here. I hope you all enjoyed it. I will probably stream tomorrow. Not sure. Too tired to think right now.